Connect the streaming software right now. We are finally live.
Okay, that was pretty good. Slapstick humor never gets old. Change my mind.
There we go. Now we're live. Cool beans. Welcome back, everyone, to Kingless Chronicle. Last time, the party wrapped up some things in the Magic Academy. They had some interesting interactions with different people, and then they hit the books and just crammed nonstop for their final exams. And some of them got their diplomas. So some of them are doctors now. I think Bub might be a lawyer. I'm not sure. Check that episode out if you haven't. But without further ado, we're gonna go ahead and get right into it. So after last session, you all kind of ended up, I believe, yeah, you did all of your stat grinding, you did all that good jazz, and it's currently evening. You guys went to bed, and in the morning, you wake up and you're able to kind of just like meet up again in the kitchen. As you arrive, you see that Yorm is already there. He's got his gear on, he's got his pack on, he's ready to go. Eleanor has also got her stuff ready to go. Stax is just kind of always has his pack on. He never leaves anywhere without it. That's just how Stax is. Stax doesn't even have breakfast. He has, notably, like a chicken leg wrapped in like parchment that he's got sticking out of one pocket on his backpack. As you guys approach the mess hall area, Eleanor chips up. Ah, good morning.
Good morning.
Best to wake up, Gildas. Got a busy day ahead of us.
See, I need to remember, yeah. The last interaction we saw was before the grind, right?
Before the what?
Before the grind.
Yeah, that was the last time you interacted. Just was before that. It's been a few days since.
Mm-hmm.
About the 3.5.
Well, it's just I'm not used to taking evening classes, and I've taken 3 in a row now, so it's bound to catch me up.
Fair enough. Though, if you ask me, I think that you should instead try for some morning classes if that's more your forte. Taking too many evening classes, if you're used to waking up and going to bed at a certain time, can really mess things up.
Hey, well, I took morning, afternoon, and evening classes.
Really? Someone's been hitting the books. Ophelia nods. Yes, that is quite impressive. Very rigorous.
Well, thank you, but don't think I was the only one.
Snacks went with Bub and learned many things.
Am I there?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah. It was very productive.
Snacks threw rocks at Bub's head until he learned not to get seen.
It was hard.
Yes, rocks are hard. They hurt when they hit head.
I forget which class I struggled with the most. I think it was perception.
It might have been something like that, I'm not sure.
Yep.
But it's so cool. Snacks is a good teacher.
We are now prepared.
I've been ready to leave this place for a while. All the stuffed up, dusty books on the shelf, lots of, people going around with their noses down, looking down at you just because you ain't reading a book, not really my thing.
Hey.
I think all of these folks could go out in the field, get some field experience, if you know what I'm saying.
Not exactly a backdrop you'd fit in.
Must say though, cafeteria's great. he says as he takes a big old bite out of a chicken leg. He
It's
does that
also we
thing
can
where he
have-
takes the chicken leg, he puts it in his mouth, he pulls it out, and there's like no meat left.
That's a cartoon thing. Can't do that in real life.
You can do it with chicken
It's
wings.
fantasy, not real life. So
You get like a lot of cartilage, but you could do it with chicken legs. But Yorm basically does that
Ugh.
with a chicken leg.
Gross.
It is
Yeah,
gross.
so Bub's like, well, we're doing this so that we can have better adventures outside.
Delon, you were also there, by the way. The whole party is here.
Delon is just looking through a book as he has a big meal in front of him eating.
Fair enough.
What kind of book?
Probably what was his last subject he was learning? He already did insight. Yeah, P Master, Persuasion. I think probably he has a book on it's probably perusing his own, where he's looking through his own stuff.
Yeah, I think it was the last thing you learned was persuasion. Was last
Yeah.
rolls you made.
So
Yeah.
make a mention of that.
He's also been awake for technically awake for 3 days because he did the sleep magic thing.
Ophelia will actually notice you're quieter and kind of tap her gloved hand on the table next to you. Are you quite all right, Sir Knight?
Hmm?
Eleanor
He
nods.
Mhm.
Yeah, you're awful quiet, Delon.
Oh, am I? Sorry, like Gildas, I was, so to speak, hitting the books, as it were. And I was just perusing my own catalog of writing at the moment.
Oh, we didn't even say hello, so we're bound to be worrying a bit.
Yes. Apologies. I did sort of a crash course recently and trying to catch up on certain spells. It's a shame that we're leaving so soon. I wish there were more I could learn in the meantime.
Well, we can
Well-
always return another time if absolutely needed. This place will most likely still be here, assuming things don't go too terribly too soon. But, if it makes you feel any better, Delon. Personally, when I wasn't here and I was away doing something, I was always striving to still learn something new, to self-teach myself other topics that I was hoping to learn here as well. I'm sure I'm sure you could do the same.
Well, honestly, looking at you, I think you should take a small break before you keel over.
Yes. You look. It's hard. It maybe doesn't sound right, but you look a bit pale.
Do I? Then I seem to have reached my limit then. If that's the case, then I'll hopefully get a good night's sleep this time. I took a bit of a page from your book recently.
How do you mean?
You mentioned your ability to use potions to try to restore yourself to study as quickly as you can. We were on limited time, so I may have used a gift, so to speak, to allow myself to study even in my sleep.
You see Eleanor narrow her eyes,
Mhm.
and she actually stands up a bit and points a finger in your direction.
Mm.
And I told you exactly why that I shouldn't be doing such things and why no one should be doing that in the future. If you keep on going so recklessly, you'll end up in a coma.
Delon's slowly eating something at the moment.
Come now, Eleanor, it's the first time he does it.
All it takes is
And-
one time to overextend yourself.
Exactly. Does it one time. It ends badly, he won't do it again. That's how you teach a kid not to do something.
That's how my dad learned not to try experimental blasting powder in a small hand-sized cannon.
I'm not some child that I didn't know the limitations.
I know,
Even-
I know.
Even I'm noticing my sluggishness. 3 days seems to be the optimum amount of the limitations of this ability. Yeah, is it there?
I
I
wish
will
I didn't need sleep. That way I could get more work done.
That sounds nice, bub, but really it's not. Take it from me, at least. Trying to procrastinate and move away from sleep has detrimental effects. Even if you nourish your body and mind with the proper ways, Nothing can truly replace sleep itself.
Is
The quality of your work will deteriorate, Bob, if you have no sleep. Sleep is important so that you can not only work harder when you're working, but have better quality work when you're doing it.
Is this Eleanor talking?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd say, but you're an elf. Elves don't even sleep. They
We
meditate or
meditate.
whatever.
Yes, but meditating is our form of sleeping, and if we do not meditate consistently, we will be forced to sleep to catch up.
Yeah, but you only need to meditate for 4 hours, assuming it's the same in 5th edition.
It is.
So, don't you think you're from a privileged position and you shouldn't be complaining?
And do I look like I'm complaining? I'm giving you advice.
Yes.
Well, I'm not. I'm telling you that if you didn't have any sleep, you would have poor work. I'm giving you advice, Bob. I'm not complaining.
That's true, but you're very stern about it. I think you're complaining.
No, I'm not complaining. Not at all. And if I'm being stern, it's simply because I care.
Well, thank you. I hope that no harm comes to you as well. That's why we travel with you.
Yes.
Lon has just like let the conversation go, and he's just like
Yeah.
leaning back, eating.
Well,
Yeah.
actually, that also gives me an idea of something to do, because there's been something I've been eager to learn about, but the issue is, well, I'm decided on which way I want to go, and I don't really have a teacher.
Learn what?
Well, you see, when I received my relic from the Temple of Bridget, my lady, also told me that thanks to that, I'd have an easier time learning of an instrument. The only issue is that I can't decide on which instrument I will want to play, and I lack a teacher for either of them.
Max thinks you should learn instrument that is quiet and mimics animal sounds, so that when you are playing it in the wild, you do not give away your position. Or you could play it and manipulate animals into coming closer, so that you can lead them into trap or hunt.
Yeah, quick question, Marshall. Is there a ceremonial instrument for welcoming a dragon?
That is actually a good question.
Because that's the one I would recommend.
There would be one, but I am not currently aware what it would be. So
Okay.
you could just say you mention it, and we'll
Okay,
work
I
with that for
mention
now.
I'll mention it.
Yeah. Well, the only issue is Nax is that with an instrument like that, it doesn't really fit me. And something like yours, Bub, is a bit. Well, I'm not really into dragon things like that either.
I recommend either drums or bagpipes, personally.
Surprise 0%.
Well, you see, Yob has the right idea because bagpipes were one of my choices.
Well, there is this long wooden horn. If you blow into it, real bellow to it, real loud. Quite
But
fond of it
really,
myself.
well, I've been wondering between learning how to play the bagpipes or play the fiddle.
Fiddle's a good instrument too.
Yes, well,
My ma used to play the most wonderful toe tapping tunes on the fiddle. We'd have guests over and she would just play it, and my pa would start tapping his toe, and then he'd put his arm around her and pull her on the dance floor, and she'd be forced to play while dancing.
exactly. The fiddle was perfect for family gatherings and welcome guests. But the bagpipes are really good for ceremonial occasions as well. So, I was thinking of asking my lady about that anyway.
I was always particularly fond of the harp.
Hmm.
I do like the harp.
Well, it is an instrument that fits you, Ophelia. Assuming that's talking, but
She is.
considering
That is who she's talking.
in tone, yeah, like
Thank you, my lord. I recall at one time I played it quite well.
aye, well, that's a gift idea for some time later. Will we do some groceries again?
Eleanor snaps her fingers. I've got it. How about a pan flute? Or perhaps, I do like the idea of the fiddle. You can have a lot of variety in what you play. You could play, as Yorm said, toe-tapping tunes. You could play a more orchestral tune. You could play something fast and erratic. Perhaps a flute? No, that wouldn't quite fit you. You are more of the clarinet type of person.
Well, I did consider the pan flute at one time, but felt like I don't know. It's too bardic, I suppose.
Nonsense.
Does that make sense?
Isn't Bridget a patron of bards? Makes perfect
I mean,
sense to me.
she is, but can you picture me playing a pan flute?
Easily. I can picture you sitting in a rocking chair on a nice summer morning, playing your pan flute, as you've got your forge burning behind you. It's quite easy, honestly.
Yeah, that character I did consider that. So like, yeah, maybe the pan flute. No, I know. Is it really Gildas though?
Besides, they're quite easily put awayable. You just tuck it into your things, easy to carry, easy to move around.
Perhaps, but look, I got my own butler now.
As
The
you
one
say
that
that, you see as your golem just kind of gives a little wave to everyone. So
Do
you're
I
going to be
recognize
coming with us.
Do I recognize what kind of golem it is?
It is a silver golem.
Whoa.
It currently doesn't really have that many features, though, I believe. It's kind of
It's a
like,
golem.
imagine like a metal man that's like has no face.
I basically imagine like a silver mannequin,
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Cool.
like those crash test mannequins.
Yeah, though he is wearing
Whoa.
clothes. I believe he's wearing
Yeah,
his
yeah,
old clergy
the-
garb.
Yeah, well, not all. This is like only one once, but yeah.
I didn't know you could buy golems.
Well, not easily bought, but I made him. And yes, your Mayalos will be coming with us.
I recommend giving him a face. Maybe allow him to see and talk a little more clearly.
That was my intention, yes. And speaking of, Mayalos, question for you.
The golem just kind of like nods.
So, would you like a more serious face? A gentle face? Or a neutral one?
It seems to think for a moment, and it holds up 3 fingers.
Neutral it is then. Take care of that later. Then, let's see, do we have anything we want to do before leaving?
Oh, Bob. Boss man.
Eh?
We were going to read those books you had, but we didn't finish one.
Yeah. That's right. So I'm going to put the book on the table and I say, I wanted to go over this when we were all together again, and we decided on our next course of action.
We tried reading book, but Snacks couldn't quite make it out. It hard to read.
I've taken many classes to prepare for this.
May I?
By that I mean like 3 days worth, because this is so much better than the education system of the real world.
Ophelia's actually like holding out her gloved hand for the book, asking to look at it.
I don't trust you, Mrs. Leach. Why would I give you my most trusted book?
So, Bob, are you going to give the book to Ophelia for a moment?
I mean, provided it doesn't like, get destroyed by her touching it.
She's wearing gloves.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Ophelia tends to wear gloves whenever she goes anywhere.
You've also been very specific. Literally this session, at least 3 or 4 times, mentioning her gloved hand.
Yep.
Okay.
Somebody's not paying attention.
But yeah, she can look at it. That's fine.
Alright, so she accepts it from you, and you see her gently open it up, turn a few pages as she's looking at it. I see. This is an old language. Quite old indeed. It is a sort of hodgepodge of Sylvan, Elvish, and Draconic. Not really a concrete form. I believe I can interpret it if needed.
That's great.
Always full of surprises, Ophelia. Well, I was a scholar at one point. It makes sense that I can read these things.
I would correct you. You're not. You were a scroller. You are a scholar.
You see her close her eyes, and like, it looks like a very faint smile comes to her face, and she just kind of gives a gentle nod. Perhaps. She places the book open-faced on the table in front of you all, and points to some words. These here, I believe it's describing it's a first-hand account. This looks to be a private journal. Perhaps the transcriber purposely wrote it in this arcane dialect, so that he might try to obscure the passages within. Would you like me to interpret?
If you can.
She nods. Then I shall do so. So she begins running her fingers over it again, and as she does so, she begins speaking. It is.
I'm gonna have like an empty book out. I'm gonna have an empty book out and let my pen just write it down.
Sounds good. It has been some time since the developments that have transpired within the forest's edge. It appears that the darkness is creeping closer. I fear for the denizens under my watch. I feel as if this creeping, encroaching darkness will reach further and further until it has consumed all. This should be avoided at all costs. She turns another page. Seems some pages are missing, but as this one seems to be a few years later. My companion Feldar does not believe that what I am doing is the correct methodology but I have assured him that I know exactly what I am doing. He has voiced many concerns about my encroachingness into the darkness. He worries that I will lose myself as others have. I have assured him that I know what I am doing and I know where to go. I have left Feldar to guard my people. He will watch over them for as long as he can. I hope to return someday. She turns on another page. I have been wandering within this woods for potentially 3 years. It's very hard to keep track of time within this realm. The woods twist, turn, and weave around me. It is incredibly disorienting. Perhaps the brown one was right. This is not exactly what I have been looking for. She turns another page. I have found a central location where I shall perform my precise experiments. I believe that this wood here might hold a key to at least prolonging the process the Black Mist is attempting to do. I believe it wants to weave itself inorganically into the world around us, so that it might manipulate and control the world and potentially repurpose it. I do not know where this creature or this thing comes from, nor how it acts, but it is most definitely not from here. I believe it is an outsider of some sort. Perhaps it is another entity similar. This word seems to have been damaged. I cannot seem to read what he is referencing it is similar to. I have begun the process to allow myself to gain a certain amount of power from this realm I am designated within. I am the most mighty druid of my people, and I have been touched and blessed by those of higher power as well. It has altered my person in a way that I could not fully contribute nor contemplate. These experiments, I believe, will further boost my power and allow me to manipulate the threads of this very realm I'm in. I pray that I will be strong enough to persevere as I weave the two together. Only by weaving this world into my own shall this world's own fabric begin to eat away at this dark mist. This writing begins to get a bit manic. I do not remember how long I have been here. I have been doing the same experiments over and over and over. Have I been here for 10 years? 100? 1,000? 10,000? I know not. I simply know that I am close. Oh, so very close. I had a dream last night of Feldar's warning. I have not thought of him in some time. He warned me that I might lose myself within this darkness. Is my desire to defeat it becoming an obsession? Am I losing myself in this endeavor? Surely not. It is but one sacrifice for the sake of others. The sacrifice being myself. I will ascend this form that I am currently within, and I will bridge the gap between the two. Should I succeed, I believe I will become similar to Feldar. I do not believe that the part of me that was there will potentially remain as is needed. Should this happen, I worry for what I will become capable of. But so long as I remain within this realm and I do not leave it, all should be fine. I pray that others do not find this trove and do not attempt to inform me of the transpirings outside of this realm. I worry about my innate curiosity. I worry that once I have finished this process, if I will be willing to leave it. The last passage is sparse, and the writings are dirty. It's as if somebody was trying very hard to write neatly, but seemed incapable of writing correctly. It's messy penmanship. And this part is all within Draconic.
I'm gonna poke over there and read.
I have succeeded. The majesty that I have been gifted upon has become exponentially powerful. I believe I can alter the things around me. I can weave this very reality into the one that I wanted. I can feel something slipping away. It is still taking its hold innately. I am becoming more than I was before. This process hurts. I believe that I have forced this thing. I believe I have forced myself into another form. It is inorganic, but perhaps it will become organic in time. I can feel myself changing into something much, much more powerful. I will be able to potentially stave off this darkness, just as I told Feldar I would. How long have I been here?
Feldar.
Will I be able to return to him? Is he fine? I do not know. This last page seems to be splattered with blood. It obscures the last few words. It simply says, "My new name is," and the blood covers the rest.
Well, there goes my appetite.
Does that mean that non-dragons can ascend?
The blue said so, yes?
I wonder who this Feldar character is.
We've met him already.
Yes.
Who?
Yeah, remember the dragon with the bones and the blood and all
It's the
that?
bronze dragon, my dude.
Yeah. Yeah, Feldar the Bright. When he transformed he looked into a form more reasonable, he looked like this.
I see.
Yeah.
Oh, Bub goes, oh, right, I remember.
All about to fear worry if you bump your head while you're doing all those lessons, Bob.
Well, it's so strange to refer to a great lord by their name.
It is weird. Dragons do not share personal names with others. It is usually a sign of great trust.
Bub's still like he's still thinking about that, and it says, well, if dragons aren't perfect, then maybe it's okay to call him by his name.
Snacks thinks that he told you his name, so it is okay to call him by his name. He told it to you, so it is okay.
All right. Well, all I know is that Feldar has kobolds in his future.
Yes. So says Lord of Kobolds.
That's right. See, you learn so fast. You're so smart, Snacks.
No, I'm not.
Oh, I wonder if there's a way to get the ink to show through the blood. Or at least to try and see if there's like a way to see the name.
Well, I know there's certain people at the library who's they restore the books like professionally. That's not something I know how to do. But
yes,
I'm sure there's
there are
people.
some people that can do so.
Well, maybe we can find somebody to help out.
I could, but this book is also very old, so I'm not sure they'd be able to do that.
Snacks was going to recommend a tactic he once saw someone use to reveal leather and reveal writing on leather, but this book brittle. He think that if you heated up this book here with lemon juice on, it would crumble and it'd be falling apart. Not a good idea. Seems this chap got into a bit of hot water.
Seems so. His mind seemed to deteriorate over time. Not that uncommon given how long he was isolating himself.
I don't envy that. Losing
end, it's
yourself to the passages of time is a terrible way to go.
only that he did end up like this same darkness he he fought against. You know, and organically becoming something else.
The process that he described, it is possible that he was performing a transformative process on himself. We did find a potion that had a similar description, but I do not believe it was the same potion that he had. Perhaps it was just a leftover, an incomplete formula.
Well, wasn't the process of ascension mentioned in the journal? Perhaps
Yes.
what it does to you if you're not, well, prepared or careful. Then again, that doesn't really sound like the journal of someone who isn't careful.
Yes. He mentioned countless experiments before finally being able to cultivate what he needed, but it took a very long time. Moonshaper was a great druid, but seems he wished to be able to transform into something much more than he could already. I wonder what.
I'm actually
I
gonna.
think
roll...
I have the
Go ahead.
yes, yeah.
Go ahead.
So I want to roll inside. So I'm like, can I get a lot like? I think it's
Guidance.
pretty. I think it's pretty obvious. Like Moonshaper became the player dragon.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, but there's a chance that's not the case.
Yeah, fuck it. Should
Because
love
he
me.
spoke. Yeah.
25 insight.
Was it
Plus
28
3.
total.
Yep.
It's 28. So Gilnos, considering the way that the things were described here, the dragon's flippant dismissal of whatever of these books as if he didn't care about them, he said something about they've outlived their usefulness. He was also living in that tree. You do feel a
Sounds
bit
like-
confident that it's very possible that something like that did happen.
Yeah, considering the last pages are in Draconic as well. Well, it doesn't really explain the blood splatter unless it's like the final transformation. Well, like literally he leaves his own body to the other one. But yeah, I'll say, well, it's just circumstantial evidence and all that, but I think if we take everything into consideration, I think, simply put, Moonshaper became the plain dragon.
But does that... He mentioned the Brown... And he also mentioned a close affiliation with Feldar. Wait,
Hell, the
was he
plain
a dragon
was
all
a-
along?
Hmm.
I'm gonna roll history for on dragons because I can.
Sounds good.
That's, I guess, an 18. That's the best I got.
I was gonna... Guidance!
It's fine.
I imagine.
Probably not.
I wouldn't bump guidance.
Oh, okay.
I can.
There we go.
D4. I guess I'll roll a D4 then.
Sounds good. Alright,
Alright,
so that
so
is
that's
a
a 21.
21. Yep. So what exactly are you attempting to puzzle out here with your History of Dragons?
Basically, History of Dragons, for what I know now, my discussion with Harkin. Harkin knew of the Plant Dragon for quite some time. So when he mentioned him, it wasn't a surprise that that thing existed, just like, oh, that's where they've been hiding out. He's like, the brown dragon, the Emerald Dragon as he was showed up. and then later asked the brown dragon about the ascension process, and then ascended. That doesn't track with Moonshaper. Moonshaper was an elf who was a druid, who then became an emerald dragon, and then decided, then I'll become a plant dragon. It was one thing and then became another. It would be like he transformed then 3 times. That doesn't quite make sense in the history context of dragons.
So you're trying
And
to
at least
figure
I'm
out if
saying.
there was a way that it could work?
More on the line of like, if basically prove or disprove based on history. That's basically what he's doing.
Fair enough.
Is there historical precedent?
Correct.
Yes or
If there's a
no?
historical precedence for it to have been in
Yeah.
the history of
Makes sense
There
to
were-
me.
So what I can give you with this role is that there is a historical precedent of dragons changing forms to accommodate and manipulate things and essentially ingratiating themselves into human society. Though it does not necessarily mean that it's only human society. They could change a form as needed. The green, for instance, has taken many different forms. Too many to count. The blue mentioned that he attended the college once as a gnome, the Bard College. The white, for instance, takes the form of a beautiful elf. It would not be unheard of for a dragon to take the form of an elf, and if he was willing to look over people or something, to potentially use draconic magic to emulate druidicness.
That's the type of magic dragons aren't supposed to be able to use. Bub says immediately.
It's a theory. It's just, from what I understand the precedence of, it's possible. It's a very rough possibility, and honestly, I don't lend too much credence to it, if I'm going to be perfectly honest.
Let's see. Oh, another detail that Bub that you may not remember now, but that was shown to you, was that in the vision that the Feldar gave you of Moonshaper leaving him in the room, when he looked back over his shoulder before closing the door, Moonshaper's eyes looked like draconic eyes.
That's a very important detail, Bub.
Damn it.
Oh my god.
Did you hear me, Bub?
The last sentence, no. I heard everything else.
Okay, so pay attention, please.
You know I'm spacey.
I know, but that's no excuse when I'm specifically talking to you.
But you were talking to... Okay.
Okay, so again, in your memory, you remembered that when you were speaking with the bone dragon under the water temple, that it imparted a memory on you of it being locked inside this room, and when it was locked in, Moonshaper looked over his shoulder before closing the door, said something about, like, farewell, old friend, and Moonshaper's eyes looked draconic. I do remember describing that to you.
Ah! Okay. Naruhodo. Alright, so I'll mention that.
There you go.
Yeah, so Bub seems kind of troubled by this revelation. I know that dragons are special. They're like gods. They have their own special essence. I don't understand how a non-dragon can become a dragon, even if they ascend.
Well, a human can become a dragonborn, correct? So, doesn't seem too far-fetched that if we, I don't know, let's say someone powerful enough, like Moonshaper, were to, I don't know, undergo the process, a process similar to turning into a Dragonborn, then maybe, possibly, it could become a dragon directly.
Well,
After all, I mean, if dragons can change shape, then it would have to become like a dragon directly. Could just stay as he was, but knowing that that happened, he just turned into a dragon. I mean, he was a druid, and you, as well as we do, know that you can wild shape. So maybe
Bub scratches his chin and says, well, there is a limit, but he was a very special druid. So maybe he found out how to break the limit with dragon essence. Bub subtly nods his head. Okay, I think that makes sense. Makes me wonder, though, what happens if somebody who's draconic uses dragon essence? Darkness is the heart's true essence. Well, so Bub says, okay, well, I think I understand now. I'm not sure what we should do with this information, though.
Eleanor chips up. I think that for now we hold this information close and we keep it in the back of our minds in case something else comes up that we need to reference it. There's not much we can do with it at the moment, but similar to finding research data that you can use for an experiment later, you simply remember it, catalog it, and reference it when needed. Snacks is gonna be a dragon, Snacks is gonna be a dragon. Snacks is just sitting on like on the bench that in front of the table. His tail is just wagging back and forth. He's just bobbing his head to side with a happy look on his face.
Well, you just have to find the right opportunity now.
Snacks will find it. Snacks is good hunter. Good hunters wait for opportunity and pounce.
Well, yes, at this point, it does seem like there's a non-zero chance of you becoming the dragon. Well, I agree with Lenore, just put that in the corner of your mind and bring it out sometime later. Oh, well. We'll do much more than that.
Yeah, so Bub's gonna be like, okay, well, what are we gonna do next?
I think we should head to the Adventurers Guild, shouldn't we? We
Right.
told Tulio we'd meet back up over there.
Yeah, I wonder if they're gonna promote us now, because we're veterans.
Aren't we already
Well-
gold tier?
Yes, unless there's something like a platinum membership, I don't think there's a way to rank up anymore.
Or blue tier.
Yes.
Just because
you agree
something's
that
blue doesn't make it better.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
I'm gonna keep doing this.
Yeah,
Yes,
these
it
two
does.
will continue at this for the next few minutes.
Yeah, I do.
If
agree
I
that we
wielded weapons, I would paint them all blue, but I don't. So
Yeah, imagine having weapons, right?
I know, right?
Which would be your dirty hippie.
Yeah. Honestly, you hit way harder than me because you wield weapons. So I mean, there's a
Exactly.
trade-off.
Exactly. Technology-based nature every time.
Bub's just over here like, But I don't need to do damage. I won't die.
That's me at level 20.
What, you cannot die and do damage. Go being a cleric.
That's an excellent point, honestly.
But yes. I think we should go to the Adventurers Guild as well. Gather everyone and decide on a course of action.
Alrighty then. Shall we head out, go back to the coast, and catch that boat? I'm pretty sure that they're waiting for us already.
A nod.
Snacks, you ready to go as well?
Snacks is ready to go hunt big creatures and become dragon.
Ophelia? I am content to leave when needed. Yorm? I've been ready for the last 3 days. I'm gonna get fat at this point. Alrighty then. And Alon?
Delon's quiet for a moment. He's actually been quiet for most of the conversation, and he just goes, "Yes."
Alrighty then. Let's all pack up our things, prepare to leave, and I'll meet you all in the woods outside near the coast. Sounds good? Stacks immediately jumps up and runs off. I suppose Snacks will get there first. Alright then, I'll meet you guys there. So Yorm stands up, chugs down some what looks like some sort of frothy beverage. So he doesn't know if it's beer or not, but it definitely looks similar, but it's hard to tell. He wipes his mouth with his forearm, slings his pack over his back, and just begins walking that way. Blunderbuss propped up against one of his shoulders. He's whistling and twirling his hand axe in one hand. I shall leave with you, Eleanor. Sounds good to me then. With that, I imagine everyone else packs up their things and begins to head off. Excellent. So, you guys take like maybe 30 minutes or something like that to collect your things if you haven't already gotten them. And you make your way over to the coast, where your cart is about over here. When you arrive, you do find that not only is your cart already on a barge on its way over to the boat, the same grisly-looking pirate is sitting on a stump, carving what looks like some sort of pear or something. He's just carving pieces off with a knife, and then he just eats it right off the knife. When you arrive, Snacks is also like standing on the stump next to him.
I'm going to be the biggest dragon. The biggest. Just you wait.
I'm sure you will. When you become a big, strapping dragon, we might have some words, you and me. I could use some help of a dragon, maybe towing some things, flying some things through the air.
Snacks will be good worker. Snacks will carry things. Yes. Fly as a dragon.
Bub thinks about, well, I gotta see this one creature, so I'll be looking for it as we travel. But then I can ferry people around.
Ah, the rest of you are showing up. As he stands up, he takes another bite of his pear, tucks a dagger onto his hip, and he takes his hat off and does a bow to all of you. I was wondering if you were gonna show up. When this one showed up and said everyone else was coming, I decided to go ahead and ferry your cart across. One at a time, please, one at a time. He leads you all onto little, like, buoys to row your ways over, some rowboats on. As you get onto the ship, he welcomes you again. Welcome back, everybody. We're just gonna make our way right through under the cover of this, right past the coast, back to the docks. Alright, boys. Get the instruments ready. And they all bust out some instruments and they just begin singing some shanties as they just raise the sails, begin sailing their way on.
Yeah, how long is the boat ride?
It's like roughly like 2 days.
Yeah, within that time, I'll carve Iolus's face with like one of my channel divinity, and
beans.
with another, I'll shrink down the dwarven chainmail to goblin size.
Sounds good. If anyone else would like to do something with a small amount of like free time, so, like that on the 2 days, you're free to. If not, I'll just continue on.
More classes? No, I'm just kidding.
No, you can't do that on the boat.
Just kidding.
I want to learn to be a pirate.
On the boat.
I can just imagine Bub has an eye patch. He puts like an eye patch, even though he can see. He puts an eye patch over his one eye.
I'm gonna search around for creatures
All
to
right.
observe.
Is there any creatures in the water you want to try to look for specifically?
Well, it's a codeless. I'm not sure if it's a water creature, but
It's
actually,
not. It's more of like a flying dinosaur.
I don't remember if it's a killer whale or a sperm whale, but one of those actually would be forms that would be good for like faring people, and they're pretty decent in combat as well.
Let's see here.
I have to double check if it's a killer
They're also
whale or not.
a kind of mammal.
I think it's a CR2. Yeah. Yeah, killer whale. That's it. Free Willy. Basically, it's like a normal underwater form.
Yeah. I'm just looking it up real quick.
Yeah. Mostly just because it's huge size. It has blind sight underwater, which are requirements if you're underwater. Technically, it can't breathe underwater, but can hold its breath for 30 minutes, which is enough, I think.
Killer whale looks like it says CR3.
Is it?
Looks like it. That's what it says here on 5e tools, at least in the monster manual.
Okay.
CR3.
Well, I can polymorph into it instead, I guess. Assuming I've seen it, right?
Make me a nature roll while you're doing this.
Sure. Nature, roll an 11.
You're a druid, so it's actually a 23. You're looking for
Okay.
nature in the wild, so it makes sense that you'd have advantage on this roll. You're looking for something you're familiar with.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, you actually do see a killer whale while you're sailing from about here to here-ish. You see that, like, there is a killer whale in the icier waters outside here.
Cool.
But
Yeah, so
alrighty.
suddenly there's a dinging sound. Bob has learned killer whale transformation. No, that's not how it works.
Yep.
Killer whale.
Yes, Sloan?
Probably would want to. I'd probably see if I can work on performance. I'm just gonna be singing sea shanties too.
Don't you
Sweet.
already have proficiency in that? Or expertise in that?
I actually do not.
Are you sure?
I just have
I thought
really
you
high
got- I
charisma.
thought you got expertise last session. Hold on.
Persuasion.
Oh yeah,
Not
persuasion,
performance.
not performance. Yeah, okay.
Correct.
So you want to try to practice some performance stuff here? Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Alrighty.
I mean,
two
I can't really-
performance
'cause
rolls for this.
I can't, I can't sword play. Valese is just chilling on a boat. I don't get to talk to Valese a lot anymore. I feel sad about that. Because he's my best friend ever, and I can't. There's not much really to talk about because it's a one-sided conversation.
I mostly
I wanna-
imagine you talk to him like on the road a lot, but it's kind of
Yeah.
like an off-screen thing. It's just implied.
Yeah.
I definitely want to talk to your horse more, but Bub doesn't really have a great relationship with your horse
You,
yet.
you
So.
could try. You could try, my friend.
I will try.
All right, but yeah, I'll make. I just think, sea shanties. Why not? I can work on stuff.
Sounds good. If you if you mention you want to sing sea shanties with them, they actually welcome you in. You got yourself an instrument? Oh well, come on in, get over here, kind of a thing.
Quick question: did we pick up Tulio?
Tulio's already
Oh,
at the. He's probably
we're
at the
heading
Adventures
over.
Guild.
Yeah, we're all gonna meet up at the Adventures Guild. We're just
Okay.
making our way back.
I was just double
Yeah.
checking because I know he did leave the party to sell stuff.
He
Yeah.
did some things.
Okay.
Ooh. Nope.
All right. So
Wow.
14. I'll make 1d100 roll.
Nope.
Reap.
Alrighty.
Yep. Was pointless like everything in the evil world. Was pointless anyways, shouldn't have tried. Goodbye, your lovely rose. Anyways, we make it to the shore. None
You
of that
do.
mattered.
As party heads off the boat, you see that the pirate comes over to you, Delon. He kind of claps you on the shoulder and he just gives you a bit. He gives you like a grin and a wink. You see one of his gold tooth sparkle a little as he does so. Hey, if you ever feel like giving up this nightly life, and you've been hurting for a job, we could always use a strong arm around the boat like you. Not to mention that you're damn good with that instrument.
I appreciate it, but I have a higher duty as of now.
Well, you see him kind of give a little stretch, pulling his belt buckle over his gut a little bit. Oh, first, I thought I'd at least ask. Gotta try to poach the good men where you can. Ain't that right, Eleanor? I'd appreciate it if you didn't try to poach my guards, please. He just gives her a little tilt of his hat and walks away, whistling while twirling his a little dagger.
Hey, if anything, we can always poach them later.
True. They can be quite useful.
Either way, Adventures Guild shouldn't be too far off.
Nope. Alrighty. As you make your way after that, you begin heading towards the Adventures Guild, taking up the position with the cart. You arrive there in about a few hours after you finally made landfall. It doesn't take very long, like an hour or two. When you arrive, you open the door to the tavern. Give me one moment.
Okay.
Gonna move the tokens around.
Little bit. Is fine.
That's why you make a copy of the same map for every other taverns, but you just change the tokens on them, so then you can move us around.
Yeah, but that's just extra work. It's fine.
Well,
I'd
this
have
is a word
I'd have
out.
8 different tavern maps,
Exactly.
It's like,
Exactly.
hey, I already have
So you
enough
prepare-
maps, seriously.
You prepare 8 of them. It's gonna take you 10 minutes out of game. But that's 30 minutes we don't have to waste. Ink.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Uh-huh.
Alrighty. So as you arrive, you find that it's pretty sparse in here at the moment. There's not a lot of extra people. You already find Tulio. As soon as you open the door, you hear you see as Barry, as soon as you open the door, looks at you and goes, and then as he's kind of sticking his bare lips out, getting ready to frown at you, sort of snarl, his eyes widen, and you see a big old fanged grin. He's like, well, hello there. It's nice to see you again. I'm Barry.
bear is talking.
Hi, Snacks. This is Barry, the owl bear. Good seeing you again, Barry.
Barry is kind of dressed like Chewbacca. He has like some like light gear on. You could see like a big old like battle axe on his back.
Hmm.
He has like light pieces of like metal armor on to kind of cover like tender spots, but it's not much. He looks like a owlbear barbarian, weirdly enough. It's very intimidating, honestly.
I see. Hello, Barry. Are you a powerful creature that is to be hunted?
No, I'm Barry.
Okay.
Oh, we did try to hunt him once. That's how we wound up here, but it's a story for another day.
It all started when I came out of the woods. Barry's actually gonna tell the story from beginning to end, like just kind of like talking offhandedly. If you guys will move away, he'll keep talking about it while standing there.
I feel like we'll move away, but like Stacks will be there, like right next to him, essentially.
Stacks will basically linger. But alrighty. The rest of the party, I imagine you make your way over.
Mm.
As you arrive over near the table, you see that Tulio, he's leaning his chair back on like the back two pegs. He's got his feet on top of the table. He's just kind of like relaxing. When he opens an eye and he just kind of like looks at you, and he suddenly reaches under the table and lobs with one hand a very large sack that's tied at the top. He just throws it in y'all's general direction. Do you wish to catch it, or do you wish for it to fall on the floor?
Well, so
Depends on
how
who's
big
doing
is
it.
the sack?
4,000 gold worth. Pretty big.
That's
Heavy.
really
Yeah.
heavy.
So I imagine like both Tal and I try to catch it at least, because I don't know,
Yeah.
just let it go fall down to the floor. It's like, yeah,
Could spill everywhere.
It is
Yeah, it'll
tied
spill
at the
everywhere,
top,
like-
but you know.
we'll damage the floor. It's like, how
True.
could I pay for that?
The bartender will basically, you're gonna pay for that?
So I put it in a garbage tab.
Put on the gauntlet tab!
What?
Chief? Oh.
No. Well.
But
That's like a
alrighty.
Seinfeld episode.
You guys both kind of like see it coming, and it's like you realize that this is not just like it's a big sack. You hear the shifting of coins inside, and then you both kind of like put two and two together and able to like catch it together more or less. Tulio just kind of gives you guys a grin and gives you he puts two fingers to his temple and just gives you his salute. Enjoy. Made quite the profit. I already took my share, don't worry about it. Seller's fee and all that.
Julio, how did you acquire all this coin?
Well, Chief, I took some things out the cart. You know, some stuff we didn't need. Stuff that's just been weighing us down, and I don't know why you lot kept it around. And I went over, and I went down, and I handled some business in the black market. You know, I sold some things here and there, and made decent profit. Figured, this was more than, since y'all did most of the work, and there's more of you. About that much of it should do. I took my share.
How much is there?
Should be 4,000 gold.
4,000. That is quite the profit, all things considered.
I mean, I made more than double what it should have been worth, so, you know.
Wait, you did what now? Tulio, I was unaware you knew how to sell things.
Look, Sugar Tits, there's a lot of things that you don't know that I know how to do. Just saying.
Are you even surprised though?
You got us more
bit.
money, Tulio?
You know it, bub.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll need to spend it well.
That's up to y'all. I got my share. How you guys spend the rest of that pot is up to you.
Delon's gonna take out like the bank bag of holding, and he's just gonna start putting coins in.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Just throw the whole bag in it. This is like
Yeah,
that.
basically.
There's no need to edit the cart, as it's already been handled that last session.
Nice.
I kind of want to pimp out our cart now that we have money, but
I
I know
mean, you
we
could
should
do that.
we should have done that earlier.
We can always go to when we're in
Maybe we can get
Glockcastle.
a wagon instead. That way we don't have to worry so much.
If you go to Glockcaster, you can actually get it pimped out there pretty easily. And then if you
Mhm.
take that pimped out card, you take it to Reynolds, you could armor it. You could make it armored.
That's kind of funny.
But a wagon.
Better
It
wagon,
will be a
better
battle
wagon.
wagon, yeah, basically.
No, not a battle wagon, a party wagon. Disco ball and everything.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a seat.
Yorm will do the same. Eleanor will come over.
I'm gonna see if Dylan's gonna see if his stuff has arrived.
Remind me, which stuff is that? It was
It was all the custom stuff.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I have the list. I
Okay.
pretty much know.
Yeah, it actually, as you're walking over and you're kind of like looking around for it, you see the barkeep will flag you down to one.
Mhm.
Come here quick.
Yes, young.
It's arrived for you about 2 days ago. He just like plops some things on the counter. They're wrapped really well and still in good shape.
Wonderful.
And this arrived for Gildos. And some of the things Gildos ordered as well.
Yeah,
see.
yeah, I did order something. I forgot what.
I think you ordered like
Give me something
potentially
custom.
more banners, and I think that you ordered some sort of like clothing for the ball, maybe.
You wanted basically a patch that you could be placed on
Yes.
your with your
Yes.
family sigil.
Yeah.
But they
Alright,
made
yeah.
that like that stuff was quick. I think you did make a batch. You may or may not have made a batch order.
I think you got a batch order of like banners similar to the one that you had them like design.
Yeah.
I think you
I
ordered a
don't
handful
think you
of those.
remember that I do, and I
I
did
know you spent the
something.
gold on it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I was just like, I'm like, yeah,
You
I feel
also-
like there should be something, but I don't remember what.
You
is
also
wrong.
specifically talked to the DM. You talked to Marshall about it specifically because you talked to the dwarven guy. You want to make a custom thing.
Right. Yeah, but like when we talked about it,
It was like
there's
ideas. He
nothing
didn't buy anything from him
Okay.
specifically.
But yeah, like you basically probably got like a batch order of like designs and stuff.
Yeah, probably. Whatever.
Whatever, man. So Delon comes over with a sack on one arm and a bunch with banners and insignias and what have you, and he places that in front of Gildas. Your orders came in.
Oh, right. Forgotten about that. Thank you.
Mm. Delon will sit on this side, and little Bob will sit here because like a little gentleman on his little booster seat.
Booster.
Well, now that we're all here, and I'm a bit surprised you didn't take those things and run off, Tulio. Why would I do that? Well, I mean... What, you think that I would get going when the going's good? Come on. Oh, yes? Well, had we not reached an arrangement, perhaps I would have. But I would have taken a lot more from the cart than I did. So how'd your adventures at the college go? You won't get what you needed?
More or less. Well, there's all some things I could have done without, but other than that, it's been a rather fruitful venture. How about you?
Says with a golem behind him now with a face.
Alright, yeah, like he hasn't seen it yet.
Yeah, Tulio will actually just kind of like hock a thumb in this direction. And is that yours? Is it a tag along? You pay for it? What is it?
That is the product of my graduation of conjuration classes.
Oh yeah.
Well, Tulio, meet Iolos. Iolos, this is Tulio.
You see Iolos hawk a thumb behind him, like he's mimicking Tulio. It is good to meet you.
Look at that, he can talk now. Well,
Now that he has a face.
probably, I probably knew because like it was like 2 days like in the ship, but like.
So you got one of those golems that's similar to a warforged, that it can talk and kind of like communicate. Nice one. It's always useful to have a consistently loyal, deployable, dependable servant that can take a few hits for you. If Master Gildas wishes me, I will take multiple hits for him in the battlefield. But I would prefer not to be scarred.
Well, it was never my intention to bring Iolos to battle.
Oh well, damn shame.
Let's see. As for everyone else, I believe we wanted it in the tower, but I'm happy to see that my orders have come through.
What all did you get
Says
there,
Ranger.
Lon?
Well, we've all been. I just realized it's almost been a year since we all came together, so to speak. More or less.
It has been quite the journey so far.
Indeed.
And to celebrate it, I thought, well, we had the luxury of some gifts to celebrate the occasion. Delon reaches in and pulls out something, and he hands it to Yorm. Here you are, Yorm.
Oh really? Let me see here. He accepts it from you and begins kind of unwrapping it.
Inside, he sees a very nicely detailed tankard that has his name on it, personalized.
Nice.
Oh, real nice. I have a tankard like this back home, but a bit different. Oh, I haven't seen this tankard like this one. Oh, thanks, Lon. See, I made a mistake of leaving home without it.
You
Nice
should
to
have bought him an
another.
ever-filling mug, and then he would just get killed because he has an ever-filling mug.
He's just like, that can always be enchanted on it later if he wants.
It's a mug of sobriety,
is.
so he can keep drinking.
Drink this in case of emergency.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Yorm. I thought what I could get you that you might not have, and I made sure to go to a dwarven smith to make it.
Oh, I can tell dwarven craftsmanship. I'd expect nothing less to have my name put on it than something made by dwarven craftsmanship. Now, maybe I'd accept something made with my name on it from you guys. Just maybe. You understand the finer things in life.
Let's see. As he rummages through. It's like, and for you, your ladyship, glances to Ophelia, I have something very special for you.
You have
And he
gotten
plays
me a
it.
gift as well.
Of course. He places a package and two small packages basically in front of her.
She looks at them a bit hesitantly. Kind of, you see her tap a finger on the table. She briefly glances in the direction of Gildas and then kind of like opens the packages slowly.
Like, you know, it's like, I just look at it as like, come on, don't do this again.
She does slowly open the package. She doesn't like protest too heavily. She just kind of like hesitates for a moment, but she does open them.
So, in the first one, she finds a decently sized book, and it has and Delon smiles wide and goes, "That is a compendium of some of the children's stories I saw you enjoying yourself as like reading. It has the same stories in it and the rest of them, and the whole saga, and a few others in it. It's all in a collection. I happened to stumble across it looking through Library and Mysterium. When I saw it, I couldn't hesitate but buy it.
I see. Thank thee. I will spend much time reading these.
And the second one is a little more personal, but I hope it will be suffice. Inside that one, you noticed it's a leather cover.
She kind of
noticed-
tilts her head at it for a moment.
DeLon goes, I notice how much you care for your tome that you carry around, and though I do not know its mysteries, it seems integrally tied to the part of you. So, I sought to have a custom leather bind for it. That way it can protect it in the weather.
I see. Thank you. This is most kind.
Not at all. Let's see here. Ah, yes. Snacks, can you come here for a moment?
Hold on. He's getting to the part where he was shot in the back and he hit his feet on brambles.
DeLon just like sighs, shakes his head. Let's see then. Let's see. And here, Gildas.
Oh,
Hands you a little package.
so yeah, I'll take the package. And I think I remember what it was. So, I'll say, seeing that, I'll just like look at you and say, are you hinting at something with it?
Oh, not at all. I just happened to notice as I've traveled with you, of the many tools you have, you can make just about anything, but I noticed a distinct lack of grooming tools. So I decided to get you a nice shaving kit. And your name on top of it. It's Gildas Armand.
Well, it is true that I do need a shave. Potentially a haircut. It's just that the thought never crossed my mind. After all, ladies do love that rugged look, I think.
Oh yeah, some do. So there are some dwarves out there who go with a rugged look and real wild men out there. But personally, I am a member of the good, well-groomed beard and well-oiled hair is the right look for a dwarf. Now, I think putting some jewels and the like in your beard is a bit much, a bit tacky.
Let's see. What else? Snacks, if you don't hurry up, you won't get your gift.
Stacks is getting free stuff?
Yes, now hurry on. Barry can continue. Tell him to wait.
Hold on, Barry. I will return. You can tell me how you led them into traps and after that you had set in moment.
See Stacks run over, jump on this table, jump down, and run back over.
Stacks has free stuff?
Yes. DeLon takes out what looks to be a harness, and he goes, "Here."
Stacks takes
Custom
it from
made.
you and like he puts it upside down all around, just kind of like turning it all over. He kind of shakes it.
I don't get it. Stacks is too small to ride.
No. Here. Let me show you. So you put your head through here, and then the strap goes up behind the back, then clips in the front in your chest, and here, it's a harness for your weapons. That way,
Oh.
you can add additional harnesses should you wish. That way, you have your weapons on hand at any time.
You see Snacks put his pack on the ground. He rummages inside of it, takes his spider bite daggers out, and he just puts them on the harness. He then
See?
takes a few steps away, and you just see him practicing taking them out and putting them in, taking them out, putting them in, taking them out, putting them in. He's just doing this over and over, as if trying to force the muscle memory.
Well, it seems to like it.
He's building up the muscle memory so he can draw them when needed.
Smart lad.
Snacks is
And-
not smart.
Clever. Clever lad.
Snacks is not really that either.
As you say, if you say so. Let's see. Ah, yes. I have something special for you, Bob.
Oh, special. Boop, boop.
Boop, boop.
Add attention.
No. But you have to promise me something before I give it to you.
Mm-hmm.
That as your position, that you will not utilize it for cruel or otherwise terrible purposes.
Okay. I'm a lord of kobolds and glorious. I won't be horrible. And I do not do evil.
Nor shall you be cruel or use your power for. And he's like waiting for you to fill a blank.
Evil.
Close enough. Close enough. So, here you are. He wraps a nice little cowl over him with like the brim that comes up to the neck. Caps it, and there's a little silver like brooch. And he goes, "Do you have the blue dragon scale by any chance still on you?"
I rummage in my inventory.
You
I
you
should have a blue dragon scale, yeah.
Yeah, he just gave it to you.
Yep.
So give it to Delon, and Delon gently places the blue scale into the inkling of the silver brooch. And he goes, "Ah, I thought it fit. Excellent. There you are. If you're going to be a lord of kobolds, you have to look the part of a lord."
Now I won't lose it. Thank you.
Aye.
I'll put it on and like attempt to channel any magic power it might have because he said, "Oh, don't be horrible using it." So I just assume it's magical.
It's not. Just very well. Good. Basically, he just like looks adorable now.
Cool.
It's 2 presents left. Rummages through. And he's gonna glance and he goes, "And since you were such hard at work, Tulio, here is yours."
Tulio raises a single brow and just stares at you. Yeah, huh.
Well, go on.
What you hoping to get, Chief? I already gave you 4,000 gold.
Hoping to get. No, this is a gift.
Yeah, sure, Chief. Gifts are just a trade.
Delon actually seems like very like what? No. In all honesty, no. This is a gift. We've known each other for a year now, and we've survived many metrics. This is for you. I tell you, it was very difficult trying to think of a gift, but I think I got you something nice. If you don't like it, you can return it.
Tulio just stares at you with narrowed eyes, and he slowly takes the gift from you.
Mhm.
He places it on the table. You see him take out a dagger and slowly peel back the paper with the dagger. What's inside it?
Oh, in character or out of character?
In character.
Oh, wait, that's what he says?
Basically, yeah, he's like, "What's inside it?" as he's pulling back the paper.
And he goes, well, I recalled our agreement and how you wish to have a title of your own, so I didn't know if you had it yet, so I got you something most those who have titles have. I got you a nice letter opener, a wax sealer, and a family signet ring.
Hey,
Comes with a
Eleanor,
nice little set.
do me a favor. Actually, no, not you. Gildos, do me a favor. Cast Identify on these, will you? You're an honest man. You'll tell me if there's something wrong with them. And if you're worried about the cost, don't worry, I got you. I'm willing to pay out of pocket for the Identify cost. Come on.
I see problem Marshall is like actually unprepared identify like just at the start of the session. So well actually no I'll try just my arcana stuff. So take a look at Tulio and say I have not prepared identify. However, I did brush up on my magic detection skills and the like, so I can give you a fair eye.
Alright then.
Well, then I cannot go. I know there's nothing wrong with it, but you never know.
There is nothing wrong with the gear that Delon has gotten them. Tulio's just being paranoid.
I tell you, this looked like a perfectly fine gift from a well-intentioned superior. With no ill intent or anything toward you.
You see Tulio slowly, he puts on a glove, like a leather glove, and he slowly picks up some of the items and like looks them over. He takes the letter opener and he like really looks at the blade. He like runs his glove finger over and he kind of rubs the glove fingers together to see if there's like a coating of something on it.
What he finds is a beautifully silvered letter opener with a rose signia on the end, the wax seal with another ornate silver end with an ivory stamp for the wax part, ready to be fully customized when the time comes, but left open so that it can just be inscribed later, and a very nice flat-edged one, not serrated in any way, that if it wishes to lip or seal letters or peruse letters. And last but not least is a beautiful silver ring that has on one side of the ring a silver rapier entwined with a rose, and the other having a silvered scale of a fish with ocean water underneath, like splashed water.
So, well, to you, is like doing all this. I'll take a look at Ophelia and just mouth the words. See, you're not as bad.
You see her briefly look up from her book, smile faintly, and raise her book a little higher. As she then turns the page. So he puts everything down. You see him drum his fingers on the table. Alright, Chief. Who do you want bumped off?
What?
Well, clearly you're buttering me up for something. You want me to do something, right? I have a very versatile skill set. I understand the bribe or the leading in to sweetening the pot just before you straight ask me for something when I see it, So who is it you need bumped off? Is it that somebody that you're familiar with? Somebody's being a problem on your side, Chief? Like, who do you need bumped off? Who do you need getting rid of? I could make some people disappear. I could make it non-lethal if you want. I could get them into the mines of Nebulum. Just up to you. If you don't want to know what happened to them, that's fine too. I can make it happen.
No, not at all. You misunderstand completely. This is a time-honored tradition. I just wanted to give you a gift. I don't expect anything out of it. I just thought you want to own a title, and I didn't know if you had any of these. Is there anything wrong with the quality? Did I make a mistake? If you don't like it, I'm more than happy to return it. I just didn't know what to give you. I thought it would be a practical gift you could utilize in the future.
Look, Chief, it's clearly good stuff. It's expensive. This is silver, real silver. You had it engraved. It has all this attention to detail. This is why it's clearly you're buttering me up for something.
Can't you just appreciate a gift for what it is to you?
Easy for you to say, Ronaldian.
So Bob just kind of looks
Right.
and
Sometimes I
says,
forget about talking to Nibblies.
yeah, so Bob's just gonna say, think of it as a bonus for
Well,
all the good
bonuses
work.
never happen. Bonuses are how you get someone nice and comfortable before you throw them into the ditch and you make sure they disappear.
All
That's
right.
not true.
Okay. Delon is gonna roll persuasion, and
He would
Uh,
notice me
fine.
using guidance, so I can't help you this time.
yeah, it's fine. So he puts his hand up and he goes, Tulio, I swear, I just gave you a gift. I'm not looking for a motive. I'm not interested in killing. I don't want you to do anything. All I want is for you to enjoy it. That's it. You've been a good soldier. You've fought well. We've bled and fought beside each other. You deserve something nice. All of us have.
Tulio gives you like a surprisingly incredulous look. He just looks a bit bewildered. He kind of he looks briefly at the stuff on the table, and he does rewrap it up in like the parchment, and you see him put it in a satchel bag like underneath the table. Well, I understand there might be a few too many people here to talk about such things. So, you know where to reach me when you're ready to give me that job.
If again, I think you misunderstand, but if you can just enjoy the gift, that's fine. I'll leave it as is.
I mean, I can use a letter opener for many things. You can pick a lock, you can slit a man's throat, you can do plenty of things. Open
No.
letters, untrip pressure plates, you name it.
It's yours. Do with it as you wish.
Tulio just kind of like takes a sip of ale. The good's already in his pack, essentially.
Mm. Well, last but certainly not least, he places a package in front of Eleanor.
She accepts it and opens it quite neatly. You notice she does not. She makes a point to not tear any of the wrapping that it's on. Just undo any tassels, undo any seals, and just slowly peel it back. And when she's done unwrapping it, while she's looking at what's in it, you see her folding the wrapping up, kind of a thing.
So she can return it to the store later on.
Good practice, honestly. Very smart practice. Bet you that's exactly how she was taught in high elves. Really appreciate it. Take time, but then repackage it and give it back.
Alrighty, what did you get her?
Oh, it's very easy. It's a nice silver bracelet, and it matches her focus.
She lifts it up, kind of looks at it. She holds it up to the light and slips it over her wrist. She smiles quite softly to herself, just kind of looking at it. Thank you. At this rate, I'm going to be completely decked out in jewelry by the end of all of this. She says this kind of like... She noticed that she like awkwardly kind of like touches her neck a little as she says this.
Well, I recalled what you showed me your focus at one point, and I know that's very important for mages. And so I had the opportunity to design it and asked a fellow a jeweler to see if we could make something, and I think it turned out quite wonderful.
Oh, it's lovely. I think it's simply precious. It's simple, has a nice symbol of Sylviana on it. It's well made, well crafted. I shall wear it as many times as I can.
And I believe that is everyone. Delon got nothing for himself.
In that case, shall we discuss what's next?
Oh,
Yes. Now that I have been able to hand out everyone items,
You see Eleanor preparing to take out a map before she pauses. Dylan.
yes, of course. Map, please. World, is it Land of Canes?
See the map fly out, unroll itself across the table, and it shimmers, revealing the map of Canes. Alright, so, and we're here, correct? I reckon we head over the mountain pass into King's Landing. Maybe get up to some stuff over there. I know we had some obligation over there, and then we make our way to Gloucester. That's what I think we should do.
I don't know about you, but I did have business at the Land of Monsters I wish to take care of quicker, if I may be honest.
So Bub produces some seeds from his satchel, and he says, "I have to plant these."
Well, once we get to Gloucester, we can get some business done over there and make our dip up to Land of Monsters. Just a hop, skip, and a jump away.
Well, I'm of the same mind as Dylan. I have received worrying news about the Land of Monsters. Not just from Dagda, but from the Savage Lands as well. And
Even Lady Rentier mentioned it as well.
indeed, that's what I said.
Mhm.
But I have people I need to meet there. And the sooner I do it, the better. As well, there are a few things I can only do there as well. Well, no, I can do them in Gloucester, but I can also do them in the Monsters as well. And there's this one man I need as well. Well, I need with me, in addition to. Well, in addition to you, Yom.
Alrighty. Well, we can dip into Gloucester, head up to Land of Monsters, and then dip back to Gloucester, do what we need to do, I guess. Makes sense. I think it would be wise for us to potentially make a visitation to the Hemlocks if needed. They're magical artisans and they know many things. We have several questions, and they're essentially hoarders of knowledge and hermits. Could be worth dipping in. Well, it's on the way up the mountain pass.
It could be a curio stop, if only for a little while. Cross the mountain, avoid King's Landing for the time being, get into Gloucester, dip up to Land of Monsters, and then continue forward to Gloucester. We do still have business there as well, but I am with Gildus in mind. There is immediate business I need to handle there, and he seems in mind too. Don't forget, Sir Bob, you also have business with the shaman and Land of Monsters as well.
Right, it wasn't my intention to bring Bub with me to see the shaman
Excellent.
at that time. Well,
That's
really,
And now with your nice woven cloak, you'll now look the part.
Personally, Chief, I'd say steer clear of Nebulum. I don't really think we should dip into there anytime soon. I think we should just head for King's Landing, make our way wherever we want from there. That's a decent central point, pretty safe, pretty tranquil. From there, we have access to wherever the hell we need to go.
You won't hear me disagree on avoiding Nebulum.
As you and Tulia were saying that, Ophelia actually chips up. She actually closes her book after marking a page. I hate to chip in. However, I would like to make a pilgrimage to Nebulum, if at all possible.
Yes, that's right. The church.
And
Of course.
also going to mention it as a kind of to you that yes, well, avoiding Nebulum would be nice. We can't easily do that due to Ophelia's artifact.
Precisely. I would very much prefer to dip into Nebulum first, as soon as physically possible. The memories that I have gained after absorbing more of the dark mist is... I believe that I need those artifacts now more than ever. It is unlikely that we will be able to head into Nebulum in the foreseeable future. Things are getting more tense and becoming complicated. I would like to make a small pit stop there as soon as we can, so that we might be able to obtain the artifact that I desire. While there, I believe that I will be able to learn more memories and have them returned to me again.
How, you've come to know this? You're certain?
Yes. When I absorbed the dark mist, I remembered several things, but I also gained new affinities.
And Delon takes out a book, the one that they've noticed he's written specifically for her in mind. What sort of affinities?
I have gained the ability to train life from another and aid to myself. I can also cause harm unto others, if needed. These abilities disconcern me.
Good. Playing with powers over life and death is not something that should be taken lightly.
With this, I agree. I also believe that should we be able to gather my artifacts, I believe that they will impart knowledge onto myself. It is simply a feeling, not an exact memory, but it is a sensation that perhaps there is something that I left in them when I sent them away. I also believe that going there will be beneficial, as it is a holy site where I can attempt to purify myself further.
On that, I 100% support. And I'm sure Sir Gildas and I are in complete agreement when we say we wish nothing more for this to occur. And as
Indeed,
he's
I mean-
told me, he would be happy to help in any measure.
Right. And I did tell you, Ophelia, a few days ago that do have something to help you when the time comes.
Indeed. Should we go to Nebulum, I might call upon that aid. Ciro
So-
Tulio sigh, and he begins tossing a coin in the air. Normally I would absolutely refuse to head back there. But he tosses the coin a few more times, catches it, and you see him flip it and then balance it on one finger as it kind of like twirls on his finger. I'm not against taking some of you there if needed. I know the safest ways in and out, and I know exactly where we're heading. I mentioned it before. I grew up there. I really don't feel like returning, but for your sake, ma'am, I think I could do it. Your sacrifice is appreciated.
And just how long would it take for a round trip?
For a trip in and out, 2, maybe 3 days, depends on how fast or how stealthily we move. If we moved real quick, we could be in and out in a day and a half, though we might draw attention to ourselves. If we move slowly and stealthily, taking the long way around, take about 3 days, likely.
In and out 3 days. It's not so bad.
It's from specifically if we were to come in from King's Landing. If we were to come in from here in Asterium, it would take us about 5 days going slow, 3 days going fast.
Ready to speak with the Red Dragon as of yet either.
I would highly recommend not doing that at the moment, Chief.
Agreed. Like, Delon actually looks at Attilio and gives like a, no, I agree. I am not ready for that either.
I
don't
don't want
wanna
to
do
get
it.
that close to the city.
Neither do I. So, then our business seemed ordained for us. I agree with Lady Eleanor. I believe that meeting the Hemlocks, they're on the way. They're a curious start. We can always ask questions. They might be able to help in some measure. Move forth. And then that's where the decision comes. Do we dip into King's Landing and then go into Nebulum? But at the same time, there's so much business in Land of Monsters, it almost seems easier to cross across the Savage Lands, get into Land of Monsters, dip down to Glasscaster, and then go through King's Landing into Nebulum.
The only problem with that would be we'd be moving through the swamped woods again, which would take a while. If we stay outside of the Savage Lands and move through the realm of Canes, it will be faster. They are actual roads, and we won't have to be wandering around the woodwork as much.
I suppose that we'll have to then consider then.
Well, if
Snacks
it's
thinks
any
it would
help.
take a little bit less time to go from here to Overmountain, Savage Lands to Land of Monsters, but it wouldn't take that much more time if we were to travel over actual roads with wagon. If we were to go over Mountain, King's Landing, Gloucester, Land of Monsters. Snacks remembers moving around on the roads. It is much easier and faster. Our group is much smaller than the company that I traveled with before. We will make excellent time. Double the time they take.
Delon glances to Ophelia and says, Your Ladyship, how serious is your blight at the moment?
I
Truthfully.
am not unwell. If anything, and the most disconcerting fact is that I am quite well. I feel very good, and that is the problem. It is disconcerting that this darkness is making me feel whole, in some manner or another.
I see.
I believe that I would prefer to head there as soon as physically possible.
Well, if it's any help to anybody, my business in the Land of Monsters shouldn't take more than a week.
Yes.
To be told, I've already planned everything out.
And I have a business with my lady that has already taken its time. If it must be delayed further, I understand.
What I personally recommend, and this would make the most people happy, is just head up the mountain pass, pit stop a curio place that Eleanor mentioned, go dip down the mountain pass, end up in King's Landing, dip south in Nebulum,
And
dip right back up.
And then from there, make our way forward. I suppose,
Exactly.
yes, that seems to be the most agreed path. Are we in agreement then?
If we were to do that as well, when we dip back out of Nebulum, we could make a trip to to where my crypt was in King's Landing.
That, your ladyship, unfortunately, I would not advise.
I fail to see why not.
Well, Dallin and I talked about it. He was pretty agitated about that. And long story short, as it is in your state, and even with our reputation and our deeds, we would not be allowed within a mile, if even that.
Those that guard the older tomb still do so out of respect. Your body was supposed to be moved to a newer tomb. It was supposed to be secret. No one was supposed to know the location outside 3 to 4 individuals. Your body was taken and moved. So that means one of those few individuals knew where you were, and that information slipped out. I can tell you this right now, the Commander Wolfdom, he would have been livid to hear of it. The
Honestly,
desecration
Chief,
of
that
one
information was probably just as easy to find out as casting the right kind of a spell on the right unconscious fool.
Agreed, unfortunately. Fool removal of the term aside. I do have a plan, though. So, we all have agreed, before her ladyship joined us, I did not brought it up until now. I didn't think it was prudent to do so, but we had spoken with the commander. We were contracted to help with the situation in King's Landing, to make sure that a certain case would be helped by us. While they made preparations, we would continue, and then when they needed of us, we would arrive and be helpful. If we do this and it works and we help my homeland, I think I can speak to the commander and get him to aid us. He is a very devout.
I agree with this, Chief. You scratch that commander's back, those Templars' back, they scratch yours.
It's not so much that similar, but he's a very devout man, and he and I share a love of the Hall of Heroes. We respect all that have been in those halls, and he has very much a reverence for their history and people. To see you in the state that you're in, if I can convince him that there's a way to help you, which I do believe is the case, and if we went to Nebulum firsthand and showed the artifact and it helped you revive, I'm sure he would be absolutely 100% in to help you in any way he could. We would have his approval, we would go to the tomb, and we would not be accosted. He would be an escort, and you could do what you needed to do. That's of course if he believes me. And I hate to say it, I'm not at the moment now, I'm not liked by Templars at the moment.
Don't worry, Chief, neither am I.
We are not the same.
No, but I know what that's like, so don't worry about it.
Your compassion is noted. Thank you.
I do recall us making that arrangement. I wonder if we should do that as soon as well. Would it... Then perhaps what Tulio recommended is correct.
Julio gives her a shit-eating grin. He gives her a literally shit-eating grin.
First time for everything, apparently. Damn.
Marshall GM.
Yes.
I know, since we're deciding where to go, now would be a good time to receive like a call from a certain someone you told me to remind you.
I am actually thinking of it. I am waiting for y'all to chart your course, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, but no, that's the point. Because that issue could wait, and I don't know.
What's the issue, man?
Well, a certain band of illegal immigrants, essentially.
So I can do that right now if you would prefer.
Right.
Alrighty. So as you are all talking, and Eleanor finish up what she's gonna say, she'll say, "Then we could go dip in Hemlock, head down to King's Landing, dip into Nebulum, dip back to King's Landing, deal with the affair that we agreed to, potentially bargain a favor, head into the crypt, deal with that, go through Gloucester, Land of Monsters, down to Gloucester, deal in what we need to do in Gloucester, then Reynolds."
As long as things don't change, Yes, I suppose that would be the best. Depending on how difficult Renault is to enter, that seems to be the most straightforward path.
Alrighty then. And Eleanor seems to about to be saying something else when you hear a clearing of your throat from from your goblin to your left, or to your right, really.
What, Chief? I hate to interrupt, but I've been kind of waiting for a few minutes, and this is important.
What is it?
Well, I don't know how this works, so I'm just gonna put it on.
The goblin takes out what looks like a weird totem, and he puts it around his neck, and suddenly his eyes glow, and you hear a different voice coming from his mouth.
Hello? What, Chief? This is Dada. We got a situation.
Dagda? What's going on?
I spent some of the money that we made selling some stuff to get totems sent to the goblins at the Adventures Guild so I could talk to you when you're there. I can't really see anything though. I just kind of like, I think I'm talking to you. I hear you.
If you can hear me, that's alright.
I don't have those abilities talking to your head like you do. But this is real important.
This is the creepiest thing I've ever seen in my life.
You know what? You see, actually, Delon just go, I'm sure that's not true.
I'm sure that's not true.
Tulio just gives a shrug.
So,
go on.
Okay. So, put it down. Stop. Okay, what? They don't listen. Okay, what if we got some people. I heard like the dwarf called him a squatter. I think that's what we're calling them now. They just kind of showed up one day. They're tribalists. They just kind of wandered in and they're eating all our grain. They don't listen. We're all real afraid to like push them off because they're bigger than us and well they blow their top. Scary.
Well, I'm trying to find out why they were there in the first place.
We asked. They just kind of like said they passing through, and they're just kind of sitting here at the moment. We asked if how long they're gonna stay, 'cause we can't. Well, we like guests and all, but like you told me, we like guests, but guests are supposed to leave eventually, and they've been here for a few weeks.
I see.
You know what a Luxodon is?
Oh, do I?
You do. They're around in Reynolds.
Yeah. Oh, you mean those tall elephant people? Yes,
yeah.
I do know them.
There's like 3 or 5 of them here. They're just kind of sitting. They've made themselves comfortable inside the camp, and we don't have enough grain to feed them. They're big. Goblins, they eat little. They eat little but they eat little, and then they're good for the day, and then they eat little again. They're big and they eat a lot, but they only eat once a day. If you know what I mean. They eat a lot when they eat.
So I was thinking, like,
I think they just don't respect me because I ain't war chief, I just mini war chief, and they kind of have this like, what are you gonna do about it type of thought,
well, have you tried to bring the issue to Ryok or Hugo, maybe?
Rook has volunteered to talk to them in the name of Bridget, but I don't know if that's a good idea. Rook's real big, and he orc, and they looks down, and I'm worried about collateral damage. But Rook has gotten real weird lately, like, I don't know, he talked better, but,
Well, if he's willing to talk to them, then why not just let him? If you're worried, you can always say so. With you goblins, watch his back. But I don't know. If the only trouble they've caused so far is take a bit too much grain, then
oh yeah, speaking of the grain, we learned how to do that from the people you sent here.
right. You know, you spoke about grain, but like the thought never occurred to me that like back then you didn't know how to.
We're not very good at it, but we're trying. Well, I'm trying. They don't like the idea of like putting it in the ground. They say it's like, why would we put our food in the ground? Makes it dirty. I'm just like, it's hard to explain to them, but I'm working on it. I'm getting some of them to get with the program, but they stubborn, they goblin, they simple.
I'll come around to it eventually.
Oh yeah. They just need to see the results first. They need to see that it works, and then they're gonna say, oh, that's a real good idea.
But about the Loxodon problem, if Ruck can't resolve it, then I suggest you cut the amount of grain you give them. That if they have a problem, that I come and see them personally whenever I get there.
I can do that, War Chief. I can tell them, hey, you're here, and you just eating grain and not helping out. So either you help us out somehow, so that you can keep having amount of grain. I'll get Ruck to say this actually. I'll be there, but I'll get Ruck. No, I'll say it. I'll have Ruck right behind me. Yeah, real intimidating. I'll be on a hyena. Yeah, that's a real good look. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna ride over on my hyena. Ruck's gonna be right next to me, and I'm gonna tell him, okay, either you help out or you get less grain. I'm not gonna take it away entirely, because Bridget says to be friendly to your neighbors. But if you're gonna be guests, you're moving past the guest range, and now you're becoming like freeloaders. So do you help out or you get less grain? And I get Ruck over there to like say a little better, and he's real intimidating. And we see what happens, and if they have a problem with it, I bring down the club that is, alright, well if you got a problem with that, my war chief will talk to you personally. They're kinda smug though, so I bet they'd be like, oh yeah, you bring your war chief, we'll talk to your war chief when you get here. They won't buy it. I think they don't think you live here, war chief. I think they just think we don't got war chief.
That's a problem.
Little bit. I think they think we just a second goblin tribe, but we not.
No, you're not. Well, we were discussing where to go next. Oh. Well, since I have you there, I need you to procure me leather and red dye for when I get there. Can you do that?
I can do that. Red dye I'll probably have to buy, but leather we can make.
Thank you.
How much you need, war chief?
Not a lot, really. Just enough for a hat.
Okay. I can do that easy. I'll get a little extra in case something go wrong.
I know.
We had a shed burned down the other day with some materials in it. The ore was good, but everything else, It's okay. Those goblins, I made them work in the farm, so you know. They were miners, and now they're farmers, and they don't like it. It's good punishment, I think.
Well, I almost forgot in addition to those. I need you to save some amount of powder as well.
Oh, absolutely, War Chief. I've actually been cutting down on it, cause we realized, well, you know, not me realized, but those new guys you sent over, they were like telling us, you know, you can make a much smaller explosion that would do just as much work. You don't need to use all this. So we kind of have an excess of powder right now. We don't know what to do with. So we good on that end.
Alright then. Will that be all?
Oh yeah, and I think that Shaman said something about, something or other about he recommends you should come back at some point soon, within like the next maybe 2 months. You're being challenged.
I'm being challenged now.
Not by Shaman, but by another tribe. Essentially, they don't like you haven't been here, and they're basically saying you ran away, so you dishonored yourself, and so your tribe needs management, so they want to own the tribe. Something like that.
Oh well then. I think, well, actually, there's a good opportunity. I'll accept the challenge.
Oh, I'll tell Shaman that. I'll be sure to do so. Oh, between you and me, War Chief, he's not that bad. He's not like one of the big tribes. He's like a little bigger than us, but you know, I think you can take him.
Of course, as long as I have my lady with me side.
Exactly. We got something he don't. We got Bridget.
Well, maybe you'll open his eyes then.
Maybe.
Accept her.
Maybe we can get another Ruck. Ruck's been real good about it. Though Ruck is always just like, okay, so Ruck spends most of his time, you know the books you gave us, like the scrolls with all the rules? Ruck looks them over every single morning. Every morning, War Chief.
I see.
He tells us we should pray more. I mean, I've been doing that. I've been praying more, but you know weird. Ruck's real serious.
You're a real zealot.
It's weird too. Like, I've never seen an orc with such a faraway look all the time. He really bites his tongue now. So it's real weird.
Well, he can't see it, but like everybody at the table can just see like a slight smirk on like Gildus's face. Listening about Rock.
By the way, all of this is being said through the goblin that is in front of you's mouth, so he's just talking vocally in the room.
Cool.
Yeah, I think that should be all.
Well, then you're dismissed, Dagda. Thank you for the good work.
No problem, War Chief. Put that down! No problem, War Chief. I gotta go, I got some goblins that decided they really want to get into the black powder, and I need to get the club real quick. What did I tell you about those barrels? Come here!
Then you see the goblin kind of like wobble a little and take the totem off.
Ugh. Dagdaw's gotten better at that.
He's been practicing.
He yell like orc sometimes.
I mean, he does speak orc.
Oh yeah. But that should be all I think from my end. Can I go back to trying to learn how to make that mixed berry drink over there? I'm getting close to being able to man the bar counter, what, Chief? So he keeps telling me if I drink, sample, all the drink and I do that, I'll never touch the counter again. That sounds horrible.
Well, it's a real test of willpower, isn't it?
Oh yeah. Why would I drink when I'm supposed to be working when I could drink when I'm done working?
Exactly.
I could drink more and I don't have to worry about like hiding it or taking small sips. I could really enjoy myself.
Amen to that.
But alrighty. Am I dismissed, War Chief?
My dad.
He just runs back over.
So, your home seems to be in a bit of a mess right now.
Right. Well, part of the overall problems I was mentioning before. So, the tribes are starting to move and, what should I say? Ruffle each other's feathers.
I see.
Which is why, while I do agree that going to Ophelia's church as soon as possible is preferable, I'm not sure if that's what I want. Of course, defer to the decision of the party, but not sure how long I can put my
Put it
business
off.
off. Yes. Well, I do know I at least have 2 months, but that's 2 months in Orc.
On a somewhat lighter topic, I almost neglected to mention something. We had Gil's while we were in the Asterium proper, Gildus, Yorm, and I, we were able to stumble upon a certain connection in mailing the mailing counter when we mailed the letters. And we have good news for you, Eleanor.
Right. We do have some good news. They're always not responding,
It's fine.
unfortunately.
You're good.
I-
I heard that. I just somebody knocked on my door for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Good news.
Alright. Well, we had noted your concern about not being able to contact your parents because your father would collect them and not receive it for your family, but we were able to find an address that might circumvent that.
I see.
Dewan actually takes it out of his satchel and he hands it to her.
She gives it a look over. So, then I send my letters to this trade shop in King's Landing?
Aye. Apparently, it's a hub for the letters, and from there it would be a general sending and not a personal one, as it would be through Asterium proper. That way, it could be sent to a specific address. You send it to a friend, and it's addressed to a certain person, they'll send it directly to them. At least that's what I was told.
Right.
I see. I'm a bit surprised I have not heard of such a system until now. Are you sure it's safe? I do not wish to send letters that could be read
Well-
by others.
Actually, it is a rather secretive method of sending letters. If anything, we had to. Well, I won't want to say extort, but grease some paws to a couple of gnomish tellers to get this information. But considering they're gnomish, I think. Well, no, I don't think. Well, you know what I think about gnomes, but I know what you think about them, and I think found them trustworthy to some extent.
I see. Well then, I appreciate the effort. I would enjoy being able to write to my mother, but it's very difficult to do so. So I appreciate this. When we arrive in King's Landing, I'll make a visitation to this trade shop and I'll write some letters on the road for that. There you go.
And with that
I'm
being,
sure she'll be happy.
hi. Everyone should be able to send missives to their family when they can. I'm glad we could help you out in that endeavor.
Yes, I appreciate it. Thank you. It means a lot to me to be able to write to her. I
I'm
would
sure
write to
she's-
father, but he's being abstinent. Oh, he's fine. And it's an old man's right to be abstinent.
I'm sure he'll write to you sooner than I think. At this rate.
I hope so. So, with that in mind, then, are we ready to figure out the proper path and ship off? I'm ready to go when all of you are.
Right. Well, seems the path has been made for us already, even with the situation with Sir Gildas. What do you say? Basically, I think we're still doing the whole going dipping into Nebulum. Even though I kind of
Yeah.
agree, I would just rather just go to Land of Monsters.
I feel like it might just be better to just do like two, like have like fuck it, 5 days round trip, like just a few people through Asterium to Nebulum, like go back to the Land of Monsters. Cause I'm like, well, we did like other guys is like, yeah, let's just not go to King's Landing yet. But like, no matter what, like 3/4 of the path is like essentially directly through King's Landing. So
Well, you can't get to the Land of Monsters without going through King's Landing, or unless we go back to the Savage Lands.
Yeah, I mean, you're here. So
Yeah.
if you wanted to go to Land of Monsters, it would take a few weeks, maybe a month to get there, doing just a straight shot. And it would be like, but you would be like having to go through the woods and all that and deal with all that stuff. If you went through the mountain pass, headed in here, and then dipped here and up there, that would take like a month and maybe like a week, or a week, 2 weeks, or something like that.
Yeah,
You'd
basically
arrive
get
before
more
2
done.
months, but you could do a lot more doing this than heading up that way. And then once you did that, you could dip back down into Glawcaster. Oh, but essentially, if you really wanted to go over the mountain pass to go then into Savage Land, then back that way, you could. It's ultimately up to the party. The NPCs have their opinions on it, but you know.
Like, no matter what happens, a month's gonna pass no matter what.
Essentially.
And we might as well get more things done the way that we've decided it now than if we just went straight across the Savage Lands. We have no business, no whatever, and we might get into more BS shenanigans along the Savage Lands. So it's honestly just better going through the mountain pass, dipping down, and then avoiding as much of King's Landing as possible, and then going straight up to Land of Monsters. You know?
Yeah.
Like, I hate to break it to you, man. I don't know what else to do.
Yeah, no, I know. It's just like,
And this is like GM knowledge.
And I'm
out of-
not happy
out of
either.
character as well.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
Like, GM
Like,
knowledge.
I'm not happy about this either.
GM knowledge out of character, real quick. Like, essentially, if you anytime you dip into King's Landing, you're probably going to be brought in for the espionage thing, which will lead into the ball.
yeah, that's the thing.
Basically, we don't want to do the ball yet.
It's funny that you want to avoid it.
Yeah, but like, comes at a bad time, essentially.
You what? You wanted to do the ball at your time? World politics, man. But no, I'm mostly like just bringing it up as a whole. Like, ultimately, I just need the players to make a choice. Where are you going? Like, please and thank you. Pick something, anything.
I'll go to Sovereign in the campaign. Boom. Collective suicide.
Oh, geez. Really?
Fuck's sake. Alright, I'm just gonna expedite this real quick. Alright. Delon, which path do you wish to do?
I'll pick the path that I don't want, but I know needs to be done. So it's just we'll just go down the mountain pass, dip in the Nebulum, and then try to avoid as much King's Landing as possible.
Alright. Geldis, which one are you picking?
Yeah, but I do agree that we need like Ophidia's artifacts, so may as well do that. Just do that as quick as possible. Yeah, avoid as much of the King's Landing as possible.
Alrighty. And, Bub, which are you in favor of?
I kind of want to do the Land of Monsters, but you know, obviously, like Bub's charge is to make sure that Ophelia doesn't like go bad, so he'd probably prioritize that.
Alrighty then. So then that's 2 for taking the mountain pass into dipping into King's Landing to Nebulum. Then that's 1 for Bub's Land of Monsters, I think you said?
No, he was agreeing with the dipping into the Nebulum because he prioritizes it. 'Cause
Yeah.
Bob.
Okay, fair enough. Okay. So with that, the path having been set, party is able to begin heading in that direction. So alrighty. So upon hearing that the path is set, you see as Tulio rises from the table, puts his pack over his shoulder. I'll meet you at the cart. He's ready to go quite quickly. Well, he's the kind of person who would be. He's likely very used to packing it up and moving at a moment's notice.
I'm gonna roll insight. Now my newly acquired, I guess. Oh my god!
So what are you trying to sense on, I guess, Tulio?
Yeah, Tulio is like, he got up real fast.
Insight with a nat
quicker than
20. Tulio's likely been waiting at least maybe a few hours for you guys to get here already, maybe a day or so. And you do get a sense that Tulio's a bit eager to leave Asterium for some reason. He doesn't seem to want to dip into Nebulum, but he is eager to leave Asterium for some reason.
Okay. Oh yeah, should we bring up the whole Aramu situation? Does it even matter?
You could do so at some point on the road if you wanted.
I guess it doesn't really matter. It was like a side plot nobody gives a shit about.
I wouldn't go that far.
It's more like, the less people know. Like,
Yeah, I guess
the
so.
higher the chances of like succeeding.
True, I
True.
guess so.
Tulio also likely knows something about it, but he didn't bring it up. So.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But alrighty. With this, the party says their goodbyes to the barkeep. Gildas, your goblin hands you 500 gold.
Yeah, I got money now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He just gives you like a few little like sacks with coin pouches with 500 gold in them, essentially. Tribute for you, War Chief.
Thank you. I got my pocket money finally. After so long.
You
Don't
got your
need too much
tribute.
I don't need too much of the bank anymore.
And with that, party gets in the wagon and prepares to head off.
Mm-hmm.
Alrighty. So as you're making your way up the mountain pass, I want some skill checks. It's a skill challenge of 3 rolls, 3 different party members, 3 different abilities. Can't replicate it. You know the drill by now.
Uh-huh.
So who wants to volunteer for some rolls heading through the mountain pass, heading over to different locations?
We're going to Hemlocks, right? We're still
I
doing
believe so.
that? Yeah, okay. Might as well.
Cool.
I'll still first, because fuck it. I just want to get this over with.
Alrighty then.
I'll roll, I guess, investigation to look for it? Or no, I guess you guys are gonna use like survival and nature and other crap. So insight. I'm just gonna roll insight. See if I can find it.
So you're gonna
I'm
kind
gonna
of
insight the planet. Tell me where you're going.
So you're gonna try to like trust your gut to lead you through the mountain range,
Yeah.
as you kind of already know roughly where it should be. Alrighty
Yeah.
then.
It's a 13.
13.
Alright.
Alrighty. So you lead the party a bit ways up through the mountain. You go up the steep incline. You make your way up to the first little stopping point, where you see the bridge that leads over into the Savage Lands area. You can also see like some other side paths tucked away in the sides. One leads up towards where you are sure the Hemlock areas, and the other is like a bit of a rough, unbeaten path that seems to head down south. Who wishes to be the next one with this next skill check?
Yeah, well, I'll do the usual. Like, kind of know the path and all that. I'll use the memory and all to, get our bearings. Like, at least like the path. Like one path is safe, the other is not. The whole shebang.
Alrighty.
Holy shit! It was like the one was still it's still an 11.
Alrighty, so 1, but it is 11. Alrighty then.
He had dirt in both his eyes. Ah!
He used the Bengekyo too much. He's going blind.
No.
You need to go find Golas' brother and steal his eyes. His aunt. Steal his aunt's eyes.
I
No.
got no brother.
Steal his aunt's eyes. But alrighty. So Golas, you take charge of the next part, and you guys get a little lost in the mountain range at this point. It seems that you're quite confident you're going in the right direction, but at a certain point you realize you're kind of going a little in circles.
Yep. Happens.
Alright, bub.
Nature.
Na 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 nature. That's a 12. We're all doing pretty shittily.
I mean, look, we're 11, 12, 13. Just like this.
Alrighty.
I don't know. 12 is not like we're getting lost.
Well, 11 is we get lost. Who knows?
Let me briefly check something on Yorm real quick.
Well, why didn't we just guidance each other anyway?
Good
That
question.
was something I was thinking of.
Good question. Alright. So, luckily Yorm has favored terrain mountains, so that helps out a little bit. Benefits of having a ranger in the party. Alrighty.
Yeah, at a ranger, we still have to do that. Come on.
Skill challenges are there. Having a ranger in the party just makes the DCs easier, essentially. But alrighty. So, with this, Bob, you lead the way, and you make your way further and a little further. And as you begin to arrive, you do arrive at a big old treehouse. The treehouse is kind of, so you arrive, the hill leads up a path up a gravel path up to the top of a mountain, kind of like a little plateau area here. It's a little weird though. It's as if the mountain top that is usually here was carved clean off, and now you just have a flat area up here. In the middle of this flat area, where there's all this gravel here, it's kind of like a gravelly area, you do see some plants and flowers and arrangements and the like all growing. You also see in the very center of this gravelly area is a very large tree house. It is a single, humongous tree with buildings up on the top and a door at the bottom. You can see, as you get closer, Gildos, you can see with your passive perception, the welcoming mat doesn't say welcome. It says go away.
So it's like they don't want any visitors.
It says go away in Common, Elvish, Dwarven, Sylvan, Draconic, Gnomish, you name it. It's the first time I've been here. It's a bit more odd than I expected.
What do you make of it?
How'd they do this to the top of the mountain?
And then on the door it's written down, like every language, no soliciting.
It does.
actually
It does.
pretty
If you go a little closer to the door, you can actually see that it says that.
That's hilarious. I want to solicit now.
That's what those signs make people want to do. Yeah.
Yeah, like, no ads, you know. No adverts. Like,
That'll be $7.99 a month.
Let's see, Delon, you feel from Velisang that he senses there's something a bit magical about the treehouse itself.
Hmm.
You actually hear Tulio chip up. Oh yeah, this place. Ah man, I haven't been to this place in forever. You guys, I'm gonna watch the cart while you guys go in.
That's never a good sign.
fuck it, I'll just knock at the door.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Alright,
May as well.
you approach and you knock on the door. You hear some mild shuffling from within, and then the door slowly cracks open, and you see two eyes in a, assumedly shadowy, in a hood. They kind of seem to glow a little from beneath the hood. You can't see inside the building. You can just see like two eyes poking out, and you hear a voice say, at first in Gnomish, then immediately in Draconic, and then stops on Dwarvish, and says to you, "Who is it? What do you want?"
So maybe they have like I know. Here, heard about it. Like, got some feedback from like that one night. So I'll just say, why I am the archaeologist under the employ of the Hemlock family. Actually, what was the name of Dallin's persona?
Like
I don't
something
remember.
Hemlock.
Yeah, but that's the first name I forgot.
I don't remember either.
Shit.
I don't remember it either at the top of my head.
So
It was
I'll
like
say,
Mikhail something.
so I'll just say, well, specifically, so and so Hemlock. Why, Jonas Hammond.
You see the eyes narrow, and the door flings open.
Uh-huh.
Give me one moment.
Is there like a single person on the Land of Kings that Gildas is not pissed off in some measure at some point, being a smartass?
Wrong one. Hold on.
Look, man, like, we want them
I know, it's funny.
to stay.
I
So
know.
I thought that's the only way.
Yeah.
So as the door flings open, you're a bit weirded out by what you see, Gildas. It's a bit hard to describe. What you see is a humanoid-looking figure in a cloak from head to toe. From under the cloak, you see weird tendrils where their mouth should be, and you see that they have very intelligent human-looking eyes just above the
Oh
tendrils.
shit.
And on the sides of their head, you see pointed elf-like ears.
I'm gonna suck on my brain.
You see as he points a finger at you. It's a weird finger too. It's distended and like multi-jointed. It's a little weird. And he just raises his cloaked arm, his hood, just his sleeves just baggy as can be. And he points this really long, spindly, multi-jointed finger in your direction. I hired no such archaeologist, and I made no attendance anywhere. Who sent you while masquerading with my name?
Well, in that way, you would be right. As well, I apologize on my friend's behalf, and I point to Dallin.
Oh, Jesus.
But we have been using your name for a social gathering in the high-level city.
When you mention Delon, you see his head whip around, lightning fast in Delon's direction. The eyes narrow for a moment. And he slowly looks back at you as you say that. You see him put his hands together, his cloak's covering his weird-looking hands. He stands upright. You see he's fairly tall for an elf. He actually stands almost as tall as, say, Delon.
Uh-huh.
He's weirdly imposing as he does so, and as he looks down upon you with narrowed eyes, he slowly says, "Did you at least make a bad impression?"
Well, have you received any letters from the Marigold or the Aquamarin family?
No. I have received no letters since the last invitation to the ball. As is proper.
Well, then it seems I have not made an impression at all, with the good or bad.
How unfortunate.
Well, I did try, but
Try harder next time. My name should be defamed in the High Elven Court. I have no desire to ever attend, no matter what.
If I may ask,
well,
why?
go ahead.
You see his neck extends briefly out of the hood and turns it's like extended then turned at a right angle to look at you, kind of
Oh.
poking out of the doorway.
Oh.
Because they are irrational, foolish people
who do not appreciate the knowledge that my family has spent thousands of years cultivating. They spend their money frivolously, debate for hours over topics that could be handled within simple minutes, and to be quite frank, I find their enhancements foolish!
Ah. There. What sorts of knowledge do you specialize, as to say?
You see him raise an eyebrow from beneath his hood, and he looks at your entourage for a moment. His eyes settle on Ophelia, and he gets a curious look in his eye as if intrigued. Then he finds that you're traveling with 2 kobolds, and eventually lands on Eleanor, who looks like a drow. Perhaps you are more the kinds of company that I appreciate than I thought. Would you like to discuss such knowledges from within my abode?
Roll insight. Sorry.
You could do so.
But my instinct is like, going into Dragon's Den, not a good idea. It's an 8, I'm sure.
You feel like he's not necessarily nefarious, but he is kind of like a crackpot.
Yeah.
Oh, I've been wondering, so like, fuck it, I'll ask before we even like go in,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll say, are you even an elf still?
Yes, no, sort of, kind of. It's a little bit complicated. My family remains on this mountainside as we are disinterested in outside affairs.
Are you the only Hemlock?
The only one here at the moment, yes.
Oh, are all of you like your current visage?
Yes. Some, my father, for instance, has a much more distorted visage.
And you do so on purpose?
It is a gift. A simple contractual obligation given by our patron of the arts. Then
Wait,
you are
someone's like-
warlocks, yes? I figured a drow would notice. He says with like a weird grin. We make a pact with an entity. It has given us many things that we have wanted. Knowledge upon all ages. All it requires is a bit of a change upon our bloodline.
No wonder your books were so thorough.
Ah, fan of our work, I see. Which volumes did you read?
I believe it was the History of the Elven Colony, volumes 1 through 3.
I see. Are they the ones currently residing within the Wood Elf City?
Lunaria, yes.
They're terribly outdated. The prose is inefficient. It doesn't read well at all. I'm very ashamed of that work. Honestly, I'd burn every copy of it if I could, and I'd replace them immediately with my superior work that I wrote simply 2 moons ago.
Oh, is that so? It was dry, but I thought the details were quite extraordinary.
Then you'll love my new work. The new copy is fluid, if you will, but no less detailed.
Fascinating.
I just say, like, consider the kind of person he is.
Mm.
I'll say, if it's fluid, I will at least hope it's still written on paper.
Of course. The version that isn't is not for sale.
That's like so many red flags. Oh my god. Delon should really learn more about Arcana at this point.
Fascinating. Talon.
Yeah.
Pardon me, good sir. May I have a word over here? Of course, you may talk with your business compatriots. I will clean up a little in here. I'm afraid I'm a bit. I have not had a housekeeper around for several decades now. I believe I need to make a walkway into the living space. And you see him close the door.
Delon will move over to Eleanor. Yes?
It's incredibly odd, but I do think that he is being friendly to us at the moment. I don't think we should have a prolonged interaction with him, but I think that we can benefit from asking him a few pointed questions. He seems incredibly eager to share his knowledge with us. He seems to think we appreciate it. He seems to like we're an unorthodox group of traveling companions as well.
At this moment, I realize how little I know about Arcana.
It's a very... Imagine if you will the ocean. It looks large and is at a distance, yes? But it is equally as deep. That is the study of Arcana.
Now you're making me interested in learning all about it, but I wouldn't know anyone who could teach me.
Well, we got a bunch of casters in your party, don't you?
Precisely. Who
Wait,
better to
wait.
learn from than those who are already studying it?
Hold on. Are you saying this entire time you'd be willing to teach me spells and Arcana?
Absolutely. There's many spells that I know, and I'm practiced in instructing those in simple rudimentary incantations.
Lady Eleanor, why did you not make this offer more clear? I'd have taken you up on that offer moons ago.
She gives a sheepish smile. Honestly, I honestly just assumed you knew I could instruct you in this fashion.
I would never have put you in a position where I would be honored to learn from any of you about this, especially spells. The spells I acquired are useful, but didn't get around to learning any that might help us in an attack. And there are some cantrips I still would like to learn. Perhaps an exchange. Maybe I can help you work on your sword form.
I think that's a fair trade.
And speaking of which, Yorm, since we're having the little Glencaster, perhaps we, if I may ask, would you be willing to teach me Dwarvish?
Aye, I can do that. Don't worry about it, Lon. Dwarvish is a simple language. Don't listen to those who say that it's complicated because it's rough around the edges and one word could easily be replaced with another. It's wrong. It can't be. They all mean different things. So just look like it to those that aren't uninitiated. Don't worry.
Exactly. I say in Dwarvish.
Yorm nods, says in Dwarvish, precisely.
Well, if
We
that's the
sell
case,
this. I say.
They do. They sound almost the same, but in an auditory kind of a way.
well, if that's the case, then I greatly appreciate everyone's comment. I will then rely on you in this endeavor. He seems far more knowledgeable in this matter than I am. And if it will be prudent, I think I'll stay back a bit. Make sure our exit is open, so to speak. Just in case.
Yes, I think that is wise. Before we all go in, do any of us think of any questions we can ask him? I feel like the more specific we are, the better.
The only question that comes to mind is how do I kill a shadow dragon?
Well, I'm sure he'll answer it if he knows it. What say you, Gilnos? Do you have a question to ask?
Well, let's see.
Wait, I just thought of something.
I don't exactly have a worldly question I could ask. Would require his wisdom, but he does live around here. There is also another person I'm interested in that lives around here, so maybe I'll ask about him.
Alrighty then. And Lon, you said you thought of something?
It's a bit of a loophole, but do you remember our discussions with ELO, and about the Kingsglaive? That there were rules in order to find it. That there were certain traits we need to find.
Yes, I remember that.
If I recall, these were all information that had to be given so she would not break Bahamut's game, so to speak, in the information he had given. I don't think this man cares.
If anything, I imagine asking something similar to this wouldn't it just be us playing the game anyways? We used what we had at our disposal to ask questions. We gained knowledge.
I
have a question.
Ooh, wonderful. Bob, do you have a question?
Not sure if I should ask a serious question or not.
What's next? Do you have a question?
Yes.
Wonderful.
I believe I will
Julio!
ask a question as well.
Julio, do you have a question you would like asked?
Can you leave me be?
Yeah, I have a question, Chief. Can you be a little quieter when saying my name aloud? Thank you.
Understood. Then in that case, I think we're ready.
Alright then. Jonas, I believe a knock would probably do.
Then I will knock, as instructed.
The door immediately is ripped open.
Ah, yes.
I do
Excellent timing.
I do believe we have some time for tea.
Good. I have just put on a new blend. I think you'll find it most earthy and rustic. Now, come. Follow my exact walkway here. I've pushed everything aside to lead you in.
And he turns his back to it, begins walking down the way. As you step in, the entire interior of this tree is a massive castle. However, this in the massive castle with books and books and books and books stacked to the ceiling. They make a veritable wall on either side of the walkway leading further in. You can also see that there are beakers and vials and ingredients stacked up here and there, kind of like some are piled up in different places. The whole place is an absolutely chaotic mess. As you're walking, you also notice that there are weird, like, fleshy tendrils that seem to have woven themselves into this building itself. And as you're walking, you look up above you, and you can see that there's a mural which looks like a ginormous eyeball.
Dear God.
Not correct. It is not a deity.
But, what is it?
Oh, simply a minor extension of our patron. Don't mind it. It is fine. It will not harm you.
You see him sit down on top of a stack of books and just gestures to some of the other books.
Do not worry. These were going to be repurposed anyways.
You know, how dusty is the house, actually?
Incredibly so.
Was just like, nah,
Eleanor will sit herself down. Yorm will do so as well. Snacks will stay standing.
I'll sit down as well.
Ophelia will sit.
I
She
will-
noticeably sits on the floor. She refuses to sit on the books.
Aw.
Now
I
then.
will.
Allow me to get you the tea.
He claps his spindly hands, and you see a literal crab, a giant crab, scuttle in your direction. It has a top hat, a monocle, and it has a tray with weird brown frothy beverages in beakers, not glasses.
Help yourselves. Have as much as you desire.
He takes one himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right.
But, oh, the 12 of religion was for the thing above you and all around you?
No, it was way back.
It was like we mentioned, like,
What are you?
well, just before,
There's a warlock.
Well, yeah, well, Eleanor said, "Oh, you're a warlock." Then,
Oh,
like,
okay,
not
okay.
further down, all that. But it's like past the point, so it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway,
Fair enough. I didn't see the roll, my bad. With a 22 Gildas, this is clearly some sort of weird homemade herbal brew. It kind of reminds you of like medicinal brew, the kind that like is made from roots and just other stuff.
Strange.
You'll find it a bit sweet and frothy. I do not believe in any sort of alcohol in my beverages, but this is a nice brew that I have found. It stimulates the senses, and I enjoy the head on the beverage.
well, still using the same rule, like, just take like taste test to see like what's in it, and like as long as it's like nothing, too bad for us normal people. Then,
As you take
we'll
a
just-
taste test, Gildas, it hits you. What you know what this is? It's usually used to help kids stay warm, and it helps with their stomach aches in the winter. It's basically root beer.
Uh, uh,
Sarsaparilla.
Basically.
so yeah, I'll just look at him. This is just common medicine. It's not tea. I mean,
It is tea. I brewed it in a tea kettle. Your conception of tea is limited.
I'll suppose. I mean,
I believe this
Just
would
look
be
at
the
him.
most palatable to your traveling companions. If I were to serve the tea that I ingest on a daily basis, I believe you would not survive.
right. So yeah, I'll just look at everyone and nod and say, "You can drink that safely."
Delon will taste it. That reminds me of that sarsaparilla plant.
It's not bad. I've had something similar to this, but it was a lot stronger. Had a punch to it. Served only on Winter's Eve.
Yes, the alcoholic variety. But come, tell me. What knowledges shall we discuss here? I can, of course, I have many things to instruct, many things to teach. I do not get the opportunity to speak to such welcome guests so frequently. The last guest who arrived here was quite rude, but his barbaric temperaments and rough personality valued a mind of an intellectual. He was similar to yourself, dragonborn but red. Are you acquainted?
I know of him, yes.
You keep interesting company. This is good.
Well, thank you for allowing us into your abode, first and foremost, and your well-mannered crab.
You see the crab give you a little wave and waddle off.
Thank you, dear boy. Did not know
That's his
you were-
name.
Oh, so that's like a joke on like the character we were gonna make for another campaign, I guess. I brought up the whole monocle and top hat, but also reminds me of Futurama of Sinister Snips. Sinister Snips.
I'll say my question can come later. It's a fairly simple one.
Alright then, let me allow to say some ground rules. I will start things off simply. You may all ask me one question. I will answer it with as much information as I can, so that you might get a thorough understanding of the topic that you have asked. If I have enjoyed our discussion of details, I may allow you to ask another.
Understood. Who wants to go first?
I'll just say that wasn't going first.
I know. Bob, do you want to go first?
Or the party
It
doesn't
could be
wish to,
any topic.
Any topic, but you get one question.
If he likes it, he might allow you to ask another.
I have to figure out which question.
Oh, jeez.
If the party wants to not take first to see what happens with another question, one of your traveling companions can ask one instead.
Yeah, we'll let one of
It
the
was
traveling
that,
companions.
yeah.
So Yorm will chip up. Alright. I'll go first. Tell me, how do you defeat a hellfire demon from deep within the mountainside? Lives in lava, can stand all of the heats of the world, might fly, spit acid venom. I think you know what I'm talking about.
Delon's like immediately glancing to Yorm. What? That's oddly specific.
Yorm just kind of like waves you off with a shake of his hand.
You are describing some manner of potentially pit fiend, yes?
Something similar. Maybe bigger, maybe stronger, perhaps older.
How to kill such a creature is quite simple, really. You simply either bring enough force to completely and utterly eradicate it, overcoming its resistances and powerful defensive measures from another plane, or bring a divine artifact and wipe it from the face of existence. I recommend smiting or cleansing. Banishment shan't work if it is older enough. I also highly recommend bringing anti-venoms or methods to resist or nullify poison, as such things will be very useful with dealing with a creature which can intoxicate you. Perhaps bringing resistances to petrification would be wise too. Additionally, I think that silvered weapons would be incredibly advisable if you were to go in on the cheap.
Alrighty. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Very
Yorm writes that
welcome.
down.
Yorm actually does like take out he reaches into his basically his jacket. You see a very old, water worn and like very rough looking leather bound journal. He opens it up and writes something inside of it.
Well, if we're on the topic of killing things, oh Hemlock, I ask, my question is, how do I kill a shadow dragon?
Have your ear to the ground, I see. Quite paying very close attention. Do you too have a orb which lets you manifest to see within the realm of sovereign? No, do not answer. That is a different question. Now, get a shadow dragon. Well, you would neither need immense martial and magical might, the likes of which Cain has never seen. You would need absolute divine authority, the kind which would be a blessing from the highest three. Then the upper 9 could assist as well. I also believe that you would need divine protection, though divine artifacts themselves may not just simply be enough. You see, what you need to do is your weapons need to be divine, so that you can actually pierce it and damage its true form. However, you would need to be consecrated within the divinity. Your body must be ascended in itself. You must be transfused with power of the most divine, so that you might survive the process of confiding it. That is, were you to fight it on its home turf, as if you were to fight it within its lair, all of this would be absolutely necessary. Outside of its lair, it will be immensely weakened. I highly recommend attempting to bait it as far away from its little island as possible, and leading it into an entire army of divinely infused soldiers. You will lose more than half of your men, potentially all, but that is a higher likelihood to defeat it than simply to fight it on its home turf. Though there's nothing stopping it from fleeing and returning to its home turf should they begin to lose. So, and then you would have to give chase.
I see.
I also highly recommend bringing manners of immunity to acidic damages. You see, the reason why I say immunity is because, well, it just simply won't be enough otherwise. You see, there are some powers in this world which overcome even those that you would assume to be you're invulnerable to. They are so powerful, so old, so much more than you and I, that once you've glimpsed their true potential, you understand that we are insignificant. We are but one ring of midi. As such, you will need immunity at best. It won't protect you, though. You will be in pain. You might eventually atrophy, but it shall slow the process immensely.
Rip. The one pretty much writes down everything he says.
Alrighty then.
Well, I guess it's my turn, I suppose. But this is a good time as any. Well, since you talked about divine weapons, divine power, and all that. And, well, you do live in these mountains. So I'm sure you have a general idea of the area and its inhabitant. So, tell me, where exactly can I find your neighbor, Solhammer?
That old crone?
The one and only.
Do you have a map?
Alon taps on it.
Good.
Let's spring forth.
He actually points a finger and he speaks to your map.
Override procedure.
And he says something in Gnomish. Then he speaks again.
Solhammer residence.
And he gives exact coordinates for your map.
That's farther down than I thought.
It's a bit hard to get to him, but he enjoys that mountaintop of his.
It's near into Nebulum territory.
It's in a weird low point between Nebula Mysterium and King's Landing. Technically, it's no one's domain. It's
Clever,
completely
clever.
neutral territory.
Smart. Very smart.
No one would bother him here. Well, except us.
I suppose
And
so.
maybe some other specific group. But thank you.
Of course. Now then, who's next?
You see as Snacks raises his hand.
Yes, the little one. Snacks is quite large for a red kobold. Indeed. slightly above average.
You just see Stacks beam at that.
Hear that, boss man? I'm above average. Slightly above average. Slightly above average.
Very good.
But alright. Snacks wants to know what creatures should he defeat and add to himself to become dragon?
He stares for a moment before chuckling to himself. I understand your question now. You're not intending to defeat and consume so that they become a true part of you. No. You're wanting to add their strength to your own on an external level. Yes, I understand. Well, then I would highly recommend fighting a massive spider. It is known as a retriever. You can find it in the Gith Caves. I would also recommend defeating a very powerful fiend. You can find it in the abandoned mines of Gloucester. I would also recommend defeating the King Direwolf in Nebulum.
Ooh.
Evan's like intrigued.
King Direwolf. I want to turn into that.
You have a wolf hanging out with you that you still haven't returned to Nebula, by the way.
Well, we don't exactly have time to go there now, do we?
Yeah, we do. Now we do.
Now we do. But
I would also recommend going into the Brown Dragon's Hoard, little one. You'll find there is a beast there. It has made itself quite comfortable in the bones of the brown. You defeat it, I believe you'll find something to use there. And lastly, kill the giant purple worm of Reynold.
Monster Hunter RPG.
I'm all
Okay,
aboard, man.
Snacks will kill all of these large creatures and add their strength to his own, so he might become dragon. You do so. Now, who is
Bob
next?
and Eleanor.
Oh.
Oh, go ahead.
How do you magically create kobolds?
The process is very simple. It is a safeguarded secret by wizards. But as a warlock, I personally don't understand why they safeguard it so heavily. Kobolds, in the creation of which, is not that big a deal. The only reason you'd stand to fear it is if you pissed off the dragons that have asked you to keep it quiet. But the knowledge is not the dragons to keep, nor is it theirs to give. It is the wizards who made the kobolds. That is their right, as the wizards who created the process in the first place. But my personal opinions on magic origins and the rites within aside, I believe that if you wish to create kobolds, you should gather draconic essence. I would highly recommend either killing a dragon and taking it from them, stealing some from them without permission, finding a dead dragon's corpse and liberating it of its essence, or some other option that you can think of, and taking it with you, performing a very specific ritual. It will require a sigil marked upon the ground, at least 3 casters who can speak the proper words of deerhood in the correct order to create the matrices, and you must gather the proper ingredients that you wish to add to create the traits of your kobolds. Afterwards, you will finally add the draconic essence on top at the key moment of the incantation. There will be a blinding divine glow, and your first few kobolds will walk out of the glowing light. They will be impressionable, a little confused, fresh. Simply tell them what their jobs are to do, what you expect them to do, be as thorough as possible, and they will follow and slowly begin to form their own ranks and understandings of how they're supposed to do this. So Should you repeat this process multiple times, you will create a large enough kobold colony that will begin to self-propagate itself.
So Bub's just like taking down notes.
The speed of propagation is very similar to that of goblins.
And how precisely do you conduct the ritual?
I informed you. You need 3 casters to stand at the 3 points of the sigil on the ground. You must speak the incantations, the words spoken of deerhood. You understand how magic works, do you not?
Uh-huh.
Well,
But
then,
you have to say specific things to cast specific spells.
precisely. In order to cast any magic at all, you must say the words of the upper 9 divine in an order to create the intended effect. Say, Io, your diem, would be a particular incantation, as would diem your Io, or your idiom.
Okay,
Proper
I think I
incantation
understand.
used will allow you to summon it. You will need the proper incantations said by 3 different persons in unison. The incantations of the 3 will be different from each other.
I think you probably should have just asked, what are the exact details? Please write it for me and hand it to me. Like all the words.
I mean, he pretty much just explained it, though.
Yeah.
Like, you name the gods, you put the stuff together, and you have the sigil.
Okay.
Now then, who is next? I shall go. Yes, my beautiful companion.
What the
You just see Eleanor, like,
I mean, she is...
she puts the
Super hot, to be
beaker down,
fair.
actually. And she noticeably she was going to take a sip, which she hadn't done yet. She just puts it down.
Don't roofie yourself, girl.
Yeah, that's smart.
Well, my question is a bit specific. I do love specifications. Well, I wish to simply understand this. Where is the heart of Sylviana? He raises an eyebrow at that. Seeking it for yourself, then. The heart of Sylviana is currently in an unmarked island off the southern coast of Canes. Where is it marked? You'll find it here. I see. Thank you. Of course. Now you, strange one, do you have a request? Ophelia nods. Yes. My question is perhaps a complicated one, not necessarily explained simply. Is it possible for one who has been long since passed, removed from this realm, to return to the livelihood that they had millennium ago? Not in an imitation, but in the true sense of life. You wish to return to yourself, eh? You wish to return to the life, breathing, warm, living self of before. Such things are possible. They are frowned upon immensely, and for one as old as yourself, believed by most to be well and truly impossible. But you say it is a complicated question with a complicated answer. Well, I find it as a very simple answer. The question is yes.
one as old, dead, and rotten as yourself can return to a living, vibrant, warm, completely whole self. You see Ophelia's eyes widen? How? One question. Ophelia actually narrows her eyes, but there's a weird nod in his direction. Now then, I believe that's all.
Dylan actually will gently tap Ophelia's shoulder. Like a comforting, like, it's okay.
You see her briefly look over your shoulder with a smile. Well, I do believe this has been an enlightening experience, but I grow tired of the social interaction. I have a plethora of books to get to, and I have some food cooking in the other room. You can see yourselves out.
You have no question for us?
No. You have nothing that you can teach me that my deity cannot teach me first. My patron.
See.
In that case, thank you for your hospitality.
Of course. But if you're coming again, do not make such a fuss coming up the mountainside. I can hear your thoughts from miles away.
It was the first time we took that path, though.
I try to
You're
protect
being
my thoughts that I can do once a day.
With that, you see him stand up and kind of like shamble between some books and disappear down a hallway somewhere. Alright, I think it's time for us to leave.
Agreed.
But there's so much around here. Should we leave? Should we take some things?
You leave what's in their place, and we'll leave. Best not overstay our welcome.
Okay.
On Pat's snacks on his head. Come on.
With that, the party kind of gets up and begins heading back towards the door. The weird thing in the room is that as you're leaving, the mural on the ceiling, you swear it's watching you.
Awesome.
Flipping
You
the
also
bird.
see... Do you flip at the bird?
No.
It's turned to
Do you really want
stone.
to?
The one guy who could cast restoration gets turned to stone.
Alright, you see as when you arrive at the front door, you find that it has been completely covered by tendrils. However, as you approach, they one by one remove themselves from the door and they yank it open. And you see one tendril make a "after you" gesture.
As I leave, I give a tip of that. Thank you.
Eleanor also gives a nod. Yes, thank you for your hospitality. Snacks actually walks over to the tendril, shakes it with both his clawed hands.
Yes, thank you. It was very nice. Snacks will do exactly as he learned to become a dragon.
And then he just leaves.
Well, I already said my thanks, so I'll just nod.
As you return to the cart, you find Tulio has moved the cart a little farther away.
Smart man.
It's like right near heading towards the really steep slope heading down. Ah, thank goodness. I was getting a little worried.
Oh, come on. Does she have a conversation partner with you?
It's not that. That is a really hard place to leave if it doesn't want you to leave.
Aye. couldn't help but feel we were watched the entire time we were there.
Oh, you were watched, Chief.
I mean, the host said it himself. Watched all the way there, not just inside.
Had you been there before too, Leo?
I've been there 3 separate occasions. The last time was not a fun time.
See,
I learned what I needed to know. But where do I find 2 more wizards?
do you realize Lady Eleanor is a wizard as well?
That's why I said 2 more wizards.
Well, I might not. A wizard as well. Divine one.
Does he
Cleric.
mean wizard or 3 casters though?
What is a caster if not a wizard? And besides, Eleanor's not
Also
a wizard, she's a
divinity.
sorcerer.
It's also about
I
reciting.
keep
divinity.
forgetting that.
Yeah.
Eleanor will actually chip in. The titles and the differentiations between wizard, sorcerer, and warlock are more for appearance's sake. We all mostly use magic the same way. It's how we've gotten our way to that magic that is different.
I don't agree with that.
Besides, if all we have to do is what he said, I think we should manage.
Yeah, so Bub starts thinking and he says, we have to think about what kind of kobolds we want though.
Well, that's on you, I think.
Do we want them to be strong? Do we want them to be fast? Do we want them to be smart?
Yes, yes, and yes, boss man. Strong, fast, smart. All good things in Kobold.
We can mix a little bit, but not too much. That's what the blue dragon said.
That's dumb. Stax thinks we should make big, strong, fast, and smart kobolds. Oh, they should breathe fire and fly.
Now you're just making dragons.
Yes,
There are-
exactly.
You do have wing kobolds, technically. I'm not sure if you can make those, though.
We'll get into the discussion of creating kobolds later. I think I'd rather leave this mountain pass and make our way down.
Yes, I agree. And with
Okay.
that, party begins descending down the mountainside. Alright,
Turn in.
and y'all are making your way into, King's Landing to kind of skirt into Nebulum, correct?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
If anything, now that we know there's like some kind of neutral zone, like if we can like go through there.
We're
to
gonna abuse the
Nebula.
holy shit out of that.
You can actually do so.
Well, let's do so.
Shit,
Alright.
yeah.
Doing what?
Like,
We're
does
going
it
through
matter?
the neutral land we just learned about, Evan.
Yeah.
I guess we could use it, yeah.
Alrighty. So you make your way from all the way up here, down. You make your way through, and you find that the bumpy road that leads through here is quite rough, but it was clearly carved out by dwarves as a method of transportation and transport goods. So while it is rough, it's quite steady and safe. The only thing that might be a problem would be falling rocks from above, or an avalanche. But at this time of year, that's not a problem. Well, the falling rocks might be, but not too bad at the moment. As you make your way from about here further down, you begin to notice that this part of the mountain pass is a lot less well carved. It's essentially like a dirt road, but in the mountain pass. Not carved, not well trodden, mostly just go by, kind of like go through it by feel kind of a thing. I will need checks to get through this part unharmed.
Well, see, the problem is I don't have stone shape. It'd be nice at point.
If any one of us learned, I would have learned about like water shaping and other shit as a cantrip because that just seems so fucking useful. Oh, you can just make drinkable water anytime.
Yeah, that is
Surprised-
pretty useful.
I'm surprised you don't know that. I'm surprised.
I
Bob
thought
doesn't.
about it, but I picked the Earth one
It's-
instead.
Well, so you have Earth Shaper?
Huh? Yeah.
You? Why don't you
Mulder?
Yeah, we have a rough terrain. Maybe you could like help us out.
I could try. The problem is you can only do 5 feet at a time. I mean, it's really time consuming.
Yeah, that'd be very slow going.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. All right, fair enough.
Mm,
But what checks did you want us to make?
Similar to the last skill challenge, checks that you feel would help going over the difficult terrain.
We'll roll athletics.
Survival.
I'll guidance the both of you.
Alright,
Survival.
22,
Right. Here's my default for you.
26.
Yeah, 26.
I roll survival, Bob. Should you want to.
23.
There. Oh, 27.
Okay.
27.
Cheated.
Gildas, quit cheating. Quit
Why?
cheating. Quit having
Well, I
quit
got-
having Bridget cheat for you. Come on, quit having her roll
I
all
had,
the dice.
look, man, I had a 1 in perception there. Like Bridget giveth and Bridget taketh away.
It's not loaded dice if my lady made the dice lay on a 4 for me.
Exactly.
Look,
Fair.
here, you roll it. See? Different every time. It's not loaded. Okay, it takes it back. Okay,
Well,
Bridget, okay,
actually,
Bridget,
you
here
know
we go.
what? Like, if fucking Bridge is watching over me, I'm just gonna fucking use religion to get
Oh,
through the last
okay, I'll
one.
allow it.
Fucking
I'll allow it.
faith time.
Yeah.
Bub, do you want a guidance
Bob, do
that?
you want guidance?
Yeah.
I don't want you.
Dragon.
Yeah, 25.
25. All right. So with that, the party make. So you. All right. So, Delon, as you're heading over the mountain pass, you kind of actually head off of Velisane. You kind of grab the reins of Velisane, and you also kind of help guide the reins of the mule, and you basically march leading ahead. And that's how I imagine you use athletics. You're basically like athletically feeling out and kind of like leading while personally marching through.
Basically, I'm strong arming my way through this.
Survival, Bub. As you're going through, you as the druid just use your survival instincts to tell when the dirt is loose, when it's all that, and you just kind of immediately go like left, right, keep going, you're good, you're good, left. That's just how I imagine it. And
Turn
with-
right now.
Ease hold, mister. Big toe. But alrighty. With Gildas, with your religion, you put your faith in Bridget and you let her kind of guide the way. As you're leading the way, you can't help but feel like, as at this time you're kind of like walking through it a little bit in the evening, you can't help but feel like the sunlight shining down is kind of like guiding your path. You feel not only that you are more protected, that you just feel like you're walking through that particularly bumpy path, but your party's protected by following the light.
Nice.
Alright, with that, the party has made their way from here to essentially here.
Cool.
At this point, Tulio actually hops off the cart, and he does like a kind of a roundabout gesture, which is kind of like a military way to say huddle up.
Delon knows it immediately.
Alright. We're gonna send the cart into King's Landing. We're going on foot, no cart.
Understood.
We'll leave the cart at the gate. I'm sure you can leave some you can get some guards to look after it. That should be fine. Once we go in that way. Actually, you can get Velisay to do that, right? You can get Velisay to go in that way.
Yes, I should be able to.
Good.
Well, can also leave Iolos to drive the cart if need be.
I will do so, master. That works too. Don't get it into a ditch or something, alright? Go straight that way. So he actually reaches into his pack and takes out a strange looking black coin with a red symbol on it. Here, take this. If anyone tries to fuck with you, flash them the coin, right, Ailos? Should I accept this, master?
In this instance, yes.
Understood. I will regretfully accept this clearly treacherous coin. Master has told me to do so. Don't worry about it. It's only treacherous for everyone else. It's a good luck charm. Think of it that way. It is clearly a bad luck charm, but I will consider it as such until told otherwise. With that, Ailos gets on the cart. Alrighty then. Alright, everybody hoods up, hoods up. Walk where I walk. Yorm with me. Yorm, cover my flank. Gwendolyn, yeah, you. We're gonna call you Gwendolyn while we're here. No Eleanor, got it? I don't understand. You need a code name. Your name is Gwendolyn Rosebud. Got it?
Rosebud.
Okay then. Alright. I'll do the talking if we bump into anybody. We're going to move fast, we're going to move low, and we're also going to move out of sight. If I say scatter, we scatter, and you find a spot to hide. If I say, hey, pick up the pace, we pick up the pace. If I make this gesture, we slow down. Got it?
On nuts.
Mhm.
Good. Let's be quick about this. This place stinks.
But we agree.
And with that, you see as Tulio begins basically leading the way.
Yeah, 26.
Alright.
Oh, is it just Tulio or is it all of us?
Tulio's covering for you guys, essentially.
Okay. I was about to say I would have casted my spell, but if it's just Tulio, he's probably fine.
Tulio will also ask you, Bub, to cast Pass Without Trace.
Pass without trace.
It may as well.
The guidance.
Yeah. Make it to 40. Somehow.
That would be funny if he could roll a 4.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
28, alright.
Would be.
Plus
Would be a
38.
38.
There we go. Alright. So, due to Tulio's familiarity with Nebulum, his 38 goes to the party. Y'all are basically invisible.
Cool.
Alright. So, Tulio leads you through the hills, and notably, he leads you through a cave system that is tucked away in the hills. He actually finds an old wooden door, which is covered with dirt and moss. He brushes it aside, gives it specifically 3 different sounding knocks, and upon getting no response, opens it, hops in. About 3 minutes later, he pokes his head out and gestures you in. In this small little cave system, it is incredibly cramped, very tight, very humid, and there is some water that you're stomping through, essentially. As he's leading through, he just kind of like he mumbles quietly. Don't worry about this, just a sewer system. We smugglers have used it for a long time. Luckily, this is an old one. Nobody really uses it much anymore because it's been found out. See, it's too close to King's Landing, and King's Landing's Templars found out we were smuggling things in and out of King's Landing through here, so now it's just a bad luck place. Nobody wants to risk pissing off the Templars. That's precisely why we're gonna use it.
You're just full of surprises, Tulio.
Don't worry about it. Say my first rodeo. I'm quite used to moving in and out of Nebulum without ever being seen by anyone. Though I'd never use this path to get into King's Landing without getting seen. They have a guards barracks right near the exit here. But we're not going that way. He leads you to a small piece here, and he turns to the wall and he says He looks at it and says this word in Sylvan.
You Sylvan?
He says, "My grandmother died of a heart attack in the winter of last fall. I need medicine so that I might heal my dying sister." As he says this, you see that the wall that you're standing in front of glows and crumbles away, revealing a much more spacious secret passage. Alright, here we go. Let's go.
Can we just
Ooh.
hold on a minute? Can we just stop for a moment? You know Sylvan, first of all.
Hi.
You, the entire time we were in the Enclave, you knew Sylvan, and you just didn't bother mentioning it at all.
You were in the Enclave, Chief?
Tulio was not there, darling. Or at least not until the very last day.
I'm beginning to think that he isn't in the places that I think he is. So let's just not even count that anymore.
That's an excellent point.
And secondly, just talk magic words in front of a rock surface, and it just crumbles to pieces. Ah, no big deal. This is marvelous. Why are you so bored out of it?
'Cause I've been doing it for 30 years, Chief.
Not accustomed to all this intrigue is just blasé things you've done throughout your entire life. My God, what kind of a life have you lived?
I told you, Chief. Grew up in the streets of Nebulum. Never really, I grew up in that old church. Eventually made my way at the ripe old age of 6, as most young brats do, to the streets of Nebulum, where I started living off the streets. I managed to join a family, made myself quite profitable, and I learned many other things. Also, moved my way out of that family, ditched them, burned them, joined a new family, made my way profitable, ditched them, burned them, joined an even more powerful organization, which I was scouted for.
And where you learned a number of your current traits.
Many of them, not all of them. Lots of the things I learned how to do, I learned long before that point. See, they scout people who are up-and-coming prodigies who haven't died yet and have been doing very well for themselves.
It's like a dark, twisted version of the Templar program.
Bingo!
No wonder that.
Tulio is the Mafia Lord.
Honestly, might as well at a certain point.
Alrighty, any other questions, Chief?
I have many, but now's not the time.
Fair enough. Alright, follow me down this way. We're gonna follow this part for about an hour. I'm keeping track of the paces, don't worry. I know where exactly when to hop off.
Understood.
God, I hate this. I'm gonna go with the 4. Was
Alright.
focused.
And Tulio will ask for pass without trace again.
Pass without trace. Just imagine I'm clicking it again.
Fair enough. Alright, so 31. Julian leads you again through. He walks you down this tunnel for an hour. It actually gets incredibly dark. And when Eleanor is about to light either a torch or cast a light spell, Tulio actually just turns and says, "Don't. Just follow my back, okay? Don't light anything. Don't even draw that scimitar, okay? Trust me on this."
Let's follow the guy without dark vision.
Honestly, as we pass through the dark area, I'll
So
look around
Ghost,
and
it
listen
is
around.
very dark. But as you're looking around, you do kind of see why Tulio is telling you not to. there's a fuck ton of spiders down here.
Mm-hmm.
And the more you walk, the more spiders there are. The path doesn't have any spider webs on it, but just everywhere there's just spiders on the walls, on the ceiling, and the like.
Yeah, there's no drider anywhere to ask politely to get his food. So,
Julio leads you for about an hour and then stops. He looks around for a moment, taps his boot 3 times, pauses, knocks on the wall 4 times, pauses, and then says in Elvish, I have lost my way. I would like to find my way to the lightness without trapping into the dark abyss. Please save me, O Lord of Nebulum. Julio jumps out of the way, and an entire array of blades fall from the ceiling. But there's now also a hole in the ceiling. That password's not working anymore. Good to know. I figured it wouldn't be. It's an old one.
what now?
Well, anyone got a rope?
Yep.
Yep, we do.
Julio will take it
I have
from
like
you.
50 feet of rope.
Yeah, he does.
Will do essentially, yeah.
Yeah, Tulio will take it from you. He'll tie one of his daggers to it, kind of toss it up there, and then it gets perched, and he just climbs up. Alright, one at a time, one at a time. As you get up, you find that you have moved from this location to here.
It's quite a ways away, you know.
Yeah, farther away actually.
Do you say that in character?
Yeah, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Based on this landmarks, we look like we're farther away from the church than closer.
We're
Good
getting
eye,
close to the
Chief.
Rental. Heck. So are we outside? Yeah.
You are above ground.
Yeah. So I'll just point to the mountains over there, like, and say, that's where I live.
Really?
And Reynolds.
I lived. Yes. Why this quietly tree, the peak that's above my house.
Interesting. I'll have to pop in at that some point. But I'm just to answer your question. Yes, we're farther away from the church, and yes, I did this on purpose. Look at the sky, nighttime. We're not in the part where most people are going to be looking in the evening. You know why? He briefly points towards the woods, where you see very large wolves are just wandering around. They're bigger than a horse.
This isn't too far from where Templars are sent to train also. Although we're told to avoid those woods specifically.
Oh yeah, Chief. We are not going in those woods. See, they're territorial, but they don't tend to leave their woods unless they're incredibly hungry. Or you've stolen something from them, like a pup.
Bob and his pup. Whatever. Dire pup.
Dire pup.
I mean, you do have a dire pup.
Basically.
Technically.
Yeah, so I have to return it around here, but we'll see when we have time for that.
But the real reason we're all the way over here is because if we were where we were, and we walked straight there, yeah, it'd be a straight shot, but it'd be obvious. In Nebulum, it's almost always a bad idea to take the quick, short path to your destination. The roundabout path is where most people are going to be. Yes, more people are going to look in that direction, but the roundabout path is usually laden with less traps. If you see an easy, obvious solution to something that feels a bit too obvious, too convenient, it's a death trap. Signs under the cover of darkness, we're actually going to be quite fine. We're fully cloaked up, and if we keep our heads low, it should be a new moon tonight, so absolutely no moonlight. That's a very good thing right now, Chief.
You know, Tulio, I don't think I say it often enough, but it's honestly incredible watching you work. It's simply marvelous to see your expertise laid out like this. I'm surprised you don't speak of it more often.
Well, Chief, if I talked about it all the time, the stories would get boring. People would just cease to be amazed by my theatrics.
Certainly.
I will begrudgingly admit that you are very good at what you do. Thanks, Sugar Tits.
Honestly, I'm kind of hoping that you both fail to court Eleanor and she gets with Tulio instead.
Well, Tuya doesn't deserve her though.
Basically.
But he's a handsome badass cat though, so y'all don't stand a chance.
Ay,
I feel actually insulted for my character a little bit.
ay.
I'm actually kind of pissed, so I'm just gonna let that walk.
That's just an Evan comment.
You'll be
That's for
both.
sure an Evan comment. Yorm kind of chips
To
up.
dye his hair blonde.
Yorm just kind of chips up. Well, you gotta say, don't really sit right with me in these woods. Those creatures are real powerful. But gotta say, Tulio, I might be asking for you to help me with something in a bit, you know? Yorm, it's gonna cost you. But you know, we can talk about that later. We're gonna sit here for a moment. I want that cloud to roll over the moor.
I'll keep an eye out.
Go ahead and roll perception.
Uh-huh.
Is the 21 there? Oh, there it is, no,
it's
13.
The 13 there.
Okay.
I will inspire you and tell a nice little tale, and therefore you can roll a d6.
Yeah, so Bob, do your job
I'll
as well?
roll like inspiration. Oh, 14.
What's job?
Guidance.
The skill check one.
The guidance one.
Guidance.
Give me a one.
Guidance. Hey. Goodbye.
14, okay, 17. Alrighty. So with the 17, as you're looking around, you do see something in the distance. It looks like it's tall, lanky, and looking around.
Uh-huh.
Come on, just a little longer. Come on, cover the plane. Come on. All right, we're booking it now. We're running now. Go. We're running now.
Okay,
Move!
I'll run.
I'll still keep an eye on the lanky figure because I have the thing we're running from. But
Tulio and the rest of you book it. You see that the creature stands up even higher and flaps its arms and takes to the sky.
uh-huh. There you go, Bob.
You want me to follow it?
No, but just from the description, I feel like this is something you want to see.
Do I see it? I have dark vision.
Make a perception roll.
Mangekyo Sharingan.
You're gonna go blind, you bastard!
I don't just see it. I mean, it's right there, bro.
You know, it's flying above in the dark clouds. It's like
man.
pitch. It's really dark.
19.
Yeah, 19.
19,
There you
alright.
go.
Guidance.
All right. And guidance.
There you go.
There you go.
Hey,
23. All right.
3.
Why
So
do
with
you all
Elvis
get the
is the
full
man
round?
with the guidance today.
All right. So with the 24 above, as you're looking up towards the sky, whatever it is looks vaguely humanoid with wings, and it is flying. It has very large eyes, and it is staring right at the party as you book it.
That's scary. Is it a harpy?
It is not.
Hmm.
You
Holy
have
crap.
never personally seen whatever this is before.
Dang. Okay. So it's not Arcana or Nature, I guess.
You have no personal experience with what this is. Julia, however, is continuing to book it.
All right.
Alright, just keep going, guys. We're almost there. You can't go too much further. See that hill? Yeah, that one. We're gonna go on that hill. That hill is holy ground. It can't come here.
Understood. All right, run.
Alright,
How can, man?
so with that, the party books it some more. And Tulio leads you to the holy ground. You see the creature begin soaring down in your direction as it gives off a deathly screech. However, soon as you are all on the hill, it screeches in pain as it flies briefly towards the hill and then immediately swirls around.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, go back to the city, bastard. Get fucked, honestly. I'm sick and tired of this asshole.
Well, if it's all the ground, how's Ophelia?
Ophelia seems fine.
Hmm.
This is very weak holy ground. Well, I mean, it's a cemetery. What do you expect? It's as holy as it needs to be. This is a burial mound. It's holy enough to make sure the skeletons don't rise of their own volition from the ground.
What was that kind of creature?
Would a hunter of one of the head families of Nebulum count? Not head noble families, head families. One of the two families of Nebulum.
Why would they be after us? And telepathically, so nobody hears we talk.
Bob, you see Tulio shake his head and then point to himself.
It's up to you.
He nods.
Yes, you burn families. I
Rivals?
see.
No, I have a very large bounty on my head.
That makes sense. Bubs.
Well, we're still on holy ground throughout proceeding to the cathedral, yes?
Oh yeah. Tulio actually leads you to the top of the hill. You can actually see a bunch of just kind of like wooden planks stabbed into the ground here all over the place. They're not really marked or named, but they're just planks all over the ground. Yeah.
As they pass by, Delan does actually give as best he can, as a requise in pace kind of thing.
Ophelia will chip up. Why are these graves not marked? Because they're from the mines. Mines are to the south, just a little south from here. People who die in the mines are forgotten. They're tossed here, buried here, so that they don't rise up again later.
Mines. Okay, I'm actually gonna roll history on that. That has to have been too close, too much bullshit. For 25, baby.
So with the 25, what you know of the Nebulese mines is about as much as anyone else knows on King's Landing. There's something in Nebulum that people from Nebulum are terrified of. However, people from outside Nebulum don't really know why. All that's known is that it is where Nebulum gets most of their ore from. The ore is incredibly rich, very good quality, and they use slave labor to mine it.
Is that this mine? Is that what they use? Slave labor?
Oh yeah, Chief.
No wonder people are terrified in going there.
If you die there, you disappear. Lots of people get sent there to get rid of them, to make them disappear. Leaving the mines is nearly impossible.
Let's conclude our business here as soon as possible.
Oh yeah, we're gonna. All right, see that up there? He leads you to the top of the hill, and he points in the distance. Can you see it over there? There's another hill, another mound. But you get just a little bit of a steeple over there, Bella at the top.
Yes?
That's our spot.
And Delon pats him on his shoulder. So this was where you were born.
Yeah. Born, raised up until the point I was 6.
Delon gives a gentle smile. This is where your great story started.
No, Chief. He points in the distance towards the volcano. That's where my story started.
Well, this is your island then. Give us an introduction.
No problemo, Chief. We're just gonna we're actually just gonna walk very casually in that direction. See, from here to there is holy ground. The closer we get, the stronger it is.
If you start getting in pain, your ladyship, please don't hesitate to mention it.
I will do
Well,
so.
I was
Thank
about
you.
to say, like, I'll just extend my arm.
Hmm.
Because, like, we'll be doing the stuff, like, once we
Yeah,
reach
essentially.
the church, so may as well do it now.
Hmm.
She accepts
Like,
your arm.
that way.
Thank you, my lord.
Well, just tell me. Whenever you start feeling something.
She nods. Eleanor looks, and she's frowning at the graves, but she kind of shakes her head and walks up with everyone else. I do not like that. This is the underbelly of Nebulum, then? No. This is the flank. This is the ass of Nebulum. The underbelly of Nebulum is over there. And he points again towards the volcano.
I love how it's like you're in this dark, like almost like underground, underdark type city. Oh, and there's a volcano. It's like,
It explains it though.
yeah,
Explains
it does
why.
explain it. Yeah, it's kind of funny though.
If it's completely in the middle state between active and inactive, it's gonna make a lot of smoke.
Yeah.
And also make it very rich and fertile for plant growth, but not a lot of sunlight.
Well, I mean, if all the nebulous get glassed at some point, you know.
A lot
It'll
of
be
people.
like Pompeii.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
exactly. But Vesuvius style.
Not even the vampires will survive that.
But alrighty, Tulio walks you all in that direction. And as you start getting closer, Ophelia seems fine until you reach the hill very close to the actual chapel, and you see her wince a little.
So yeah. If you start like being like out this, well, I'll start clutching my like hammer slash focus. So a bit the whole like smith tools are like the focus, but like I can't very well just like hold it to the handles. So just like clutch the arm and like get it ready in my hand.
I am fine for now, but it is starting to hurt.
Alright, you sit here, ma'am. Make sure that you get acclimated to that amount of pain. Delon, I'm leaving everyone in your charge. If you see something in the air, duck and cover, all of you. If you see
Listen.
anything on the ground running on all fours in this direction, scatter. Don't fight it. If you get bitten by anything, let me know. I'll be right back.
Hmm.
You see him walk up the hill, climb the wall, jump in through a window. It's like he's done it a million times before. He specifically does it with an extra amount of flourish. Like he practiced here a lot at one point. You see a candle light up in that same window. Then you see two shadows, a woman's and assumedly Tulio's. You see the woman slap Tulio in the face, then hug him, then slap him again, and start wagging a finger in his direction, and Tulio just rubs the back of his head. Eventually you see Tulio go to climb out the window, and the woman grabs him by his cloak and pulls him back in the window and points in the way further in the room. Tulio just shrugs and walks further in.
We'll take the door, gentlemen.
Seems as not as in and out as he had hoped.
I can't blame the lady.
About 15 minutes later, Tulio comes back, both his cheeks still red, and he just gives you a brief wave. Alright, we're good to go. I had to announce that I was bringing company.
Yes, and she seems to have honored you on both cheeks.
Oh, it's expected. Honestly, she didn't kick me in the balls, so you know.
And who is this lovely lady we're about to meet?
Yeah. Well, if you come up the hill, walk to the front door, I'll introduce you.
Look forward to it.
So he guides the party up the hill. Ophelia seems to have gotten much more used to the pain in the meantime. As you get to the front door, however, she kind of winces again. She does grab your arm a little tighter, Gildas, but she seems fine. Tulio knocks on the door. He just kind of does like it's kind of like the knock kind of a knock. And the door opens, and a woman in her 50s with a nightgown on and a sleeping cap is tapping her foot and glaring in Tulio's direction. Hey sis, brought company. Come in here right now. We will talk in the morning. You are going to your room. You are going to wash up as you are filthy. And I expect you and all of you to be here by breakfast.
That's
Don't
the
mention
famous
it.
sister.
You know, you became much more of a stick in the mud since you joined the faith. And you became a infuriating hedonist since you left the temple. Well, you know, I had a great role model. And then he's immediately slapped again. Yeah, I deserve that.
Stop being so lovable, Tulio. Stop it.
Tulio's great. I don't deny that.
Your character's just such a stick in the mud that it's so awkward between you two.
Alright. Well, make
Is he sticking
yourselves
in
at
the mud?
home. We don't have a lot, but, you know.
Does somebody know prestidigitation or however you say it?
No. I was
that's the cleaning.
considering like learning it. I'm like, nah.
It's the cleaning spell, though.
It is,
Like,
basically.
Yeah.
Delan will approach, bow very appropriately, and say to it, "Thank you for allowing us to stay in your company."
It's fine. We accept many lost travelers. Seems that you have had a rough time of it. Monsilio
Yes.
tells me that your cart was taken from you by bandits and you were wandering in the darkness and he found you and decided to bring you here.
Delan just glances to everyone else.
Is that what he said? Suddenly, Eleanor stomps on yours foot. Shh.
Your kindness and
Regardless
your
of the
generosity.
reasons, whether genuine or not, I can tell you don't have much except with what you've brought with you. Please make yourselves comfortable, but I assure you, we have bread, clean water, some healing salves, and we have simple things here. You can
Delon
rest
is
and
gonna-
relax here until you need to leave. Understood?
Yes. Delon is actually. I'm gonna roll persuasion because he's so gobsmacked to actually see hospitality in Nebulum. He's just like, he just gently grabs her hand and says, "Thank you so much for your hospitality and your kind gesture. To see such sights in Nebulum brings warmth to my heart, and hope that there are good people in Nebulum. Thank you for delivering upon it." He bows gently.
She nods, shakes your hand back, but when after you bow, she raises her holy symbol in the air, which you notice is a symbol of Faust. If you are to break the consecration and dishonor the kindness that we have offered, Faust will remember it.
Ah, and the act of repercussion that follows. I understand. Rest assured, you will not have any fear of that from me.
I hope not. We have had many who do not appreciate the kindness we have offered to them, but we still accept those who are disenfranchised here all the same. Please find one of those. You can either set a bedroll if you have one on the floor somewhere, or if you can find a place to make yourself comfortable, you can find blankets over there. Do not worry, they were cleaned this morning, yesterday morning. They have not been used.
Once again, thank you. We'll get settled then. Forgive my compatriot on Ezegon, my friend's she's a bit under the weather at the moment.
It is fine. Faust has many rules. Those who walk on the air of death, if they meet their end, naturally, unnaturally, or otherwise, he will welcome them. And those who are stuck in a place in between are to be judged on the merits of their actions, not on the fact that they exist at all.
Okay.
Hmm.
But I will see you all in the morning. I expect you all freshly washed, yourselves brushed, and I expect you to be in that hall there when the sun rises. If you are late, you will miss your serving of bread and your porridge.
Understood. Thank you.
You are very welcome. Good evening. And
Yes,
she
of course. Good
takes a candle. She's holding on a little candle dish and walks down further up the halls. Pretty nice place, really. Well, shabby and very run down, but not bad. Homey, I'd say.
Precisely. Well, as our gracious host has dictated, let us freshen up and do the best we can. Your ladyship, how are you feeling?
I am a bit uncomfortable, but it's not unbearable. I feel the radiance here is weak, but not as if it is weakened. I feel as if there is a place here somewhere with a stronger radiance beneath us.
See.
Then I think it might be best to leave that for tomorrow. Though, will you be able to withstand the night?
I believe I will be able to do so. I am feeling myself becoming more accustomed to it the longer I am within it. Perhaps it is a sort of a tolerance or something similar. If we were to go deeper into this temple, then I believe that it would be much more painful.
but that's when I comment. So
She gives you a nod. Exactly. Yorm, you see him reach into his backpack. He actually just like puts his backpack on the ground, goes over, grabs one of the like really rough, coarse blankets, and he lays down, puts his head on the backpack, and pulls the blanket over himself. I'm just gonna sleep on the floor right here.
that would be rude.
Well, she told us to find a place on the to sleep on the floor. She told us to grab blankets. If we got a bedroll, we could use it. She doesn't have a lot of rooms, it seems.
No, but
I'm out of
just
the way
sleeping
of the
on the
walkway.
porch. Oh.
The room you're kind of within is like the pew room where the congregation would happen, but there's no pews. It's like a bit run down. The floor is chipped and like kind of rough. The pillars are chipped but not weak or fragile, and the mural on the ceiling is like faded. The stained glass at the end of the hall is the only thing here that still looks immaculate. Well, minus a few holes where some kids probably threw rocks through it.
Delon's gonna say to Gildas, this place could use a lot of work.
Indeed. But it's not like we can do anything about it. Especially, well, so far out in Nebulum. Of course. It's a sad state of affair.
Eleanor nods. She kind of reaches in to her pack, takes out a bedroll, and kind of like puts it down. This church was likely very beautiful at one time. It's a shame it's so run down, but it's weirdly inspiring to see such niceties still within, as well as to see that there are people who are using it as a safe place.
It is an inspiring moment in an otherwise dark place, and I will take any of that. Anytime, any day.
Agreed. A small shimmer of light in a dark cave. And with that, imagine the rest of the party gets comfortable to lay down, or maybe they sit against the wall or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I got my bedroll, but man, like, I'll just sit quite right. Because I'll say, yeah, Nebulum, especially in the countryside, they're very religious and all that. But they just let the church just be like that. I don't know, it just doesn't feel right.
Do they have money to even repair?
That's the thing, do they? It's pretty expensive.
Hey, dude, like, you're a fucking lumberjack or some shit. I don't know. Like, hell, there's such a thing as giving away things.
And
But then again, it's fucking Nebulum. So why do I even expect even the minimum out of like people there? Like,
I mean, you can always bring that up. And
bring
hey,
it up next session.
yeah,
you know, of course, we can always, if you want, you can help repair some of the church if you want. I don't think they'd mind.
I could.
I mean, hell, Delon would help. He'd be more than happy to help this small little holy land keep trucking.
Yeah.
But alrighty. So as the party rests and prepares to rest for the next day, we're gonna wrap things up here. Next session, the party wakes up in the Nebulese church, tries to find the artifact, and continue on their way. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you have a good one. Bye-bye.